go into the military, I was going to stay in that small town and work.
Too much goddamn drama. What does that mean? Is this working? Oh yeah, it did. OBS changed a lot of things. Hey, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna hang out. I'm gonna hang out with some Yang Yang this Thursday. I met one in the wild a couple weeks ago. Oh, you're just watching drama. Okay. I mean, why not, huh? Oh man, should I turn on my video cam? Cause I just got up. I've been trying to live stream without the video, cause I don't know, does it really add anything? And I gotta worry about like how I look, cause it looked like just rolled out of bed. So. Nah, yeah, I don't know if it really adds anything. That's the thing, and it's just like a lot of, it's a little bit of work. Okay. You're sleeping soon. Okay, fair enough. I'm just waking up now, so I'm not even quite sure what I'm doing. Just checking the news, it's the disaster. One disaster after another. That's our state of the world right now. Hey, the new moon pictures are kind of cool. Say hi to you for Yang Yang. I will, man. So 3 Yang Yangs in Seattle. See how that goes. At least the moon is cool, right? Right. Hey, by the way, if you're interested in buying, investing in gold, uranium, hafnium, rhenium, indium, neodymium oxide, or praseodymium oxide, you can now do that on Tezos. So it's so random, man. Like, this is what they announced two weeks ago at the big conference. So it's like, hey, if you need praseodymium oxide, apparently it's a rare earth metal, so. Why New York turned into a free grab free to grab and go to a crime state after Andrew Yang. Yeah, if only, right? If only that were true. It's gonna be a Spaces, Twitter Spaces soon, so that's why I'm waiting a bit. I don't know what he's been doing lately. I guess he's been doing his book tour. I think he was in Seattle like a couple months ago, I believe. I'm kind of out of the loop now, so I don't really follow. But no, I was at this random hackathon, and then you know, art and what's it? This hackathon. I went to this art and tech hackathon thing a few weeks ago, and then I was like, hey, and her name's Amy, but she was like, hey, wait, I know you. You look familiar. I'm like, really? All right, see ya, man. I was really, but I was like, hey, didn't you used to do like YouTube channels for Andrew Yang? And I was like, what? Oh shit! Wait, you know that? You know that? Oh my god! So then, yeah, we just talked for like 8 hours. Like, good god. All right, good night though. You gotta get your sleep, man. I don't know about this site, man. I don't know about this site. Authentic waffles, of course. Do you even 2 cakes, bro? Of course, yes. That is Tezos for ya. It really is more of a teia thing, though. Object people who mint on object are kind of like still attached to the idea of being normal, you know? Oh, speaking of which, where am I streaming right now? What category am I in? I'm in crypto. I don't know, man. So I was able to get some responses talking about politics, but art, chatting, retro. In real life, no. What about in fake life? That would be You know what I should do? You know what? Since I'm here, I should probably do some Decentraland. Like, what about like VR chat or makers and crafting, chess? No. Is there a way to like turn off games? Like, what about all the non-games? ASMR. Creative. Co-working and studying. Software and game development. Not really. Food and drink. Miniatures. Wow. Reading. Wait, really? Wow, this is new. It's literally just people reading and writing. Wow. Maybe this is it, man. This is the genre for us. I feel like you need sexual reading. I feel like you need to show your face though. I don't know. Do I really want to do that? I am wearing glasses. Ugh, man. Let's see. So let me try it out. Oh man, I am a mess. Jesus. I don't know, but lean into the artsy hair. Like this. Maybe it's all right. Oh yeah, well, anyway. Oh wait, Mal's there. All right. Well, I gotta go. This one should be interesting because they're gonna be talking about FOC, which stands for fully on chain. And I know these people at Zero Bound Art. I think we're probably talking about it a bit. Nothing really happening in the markets, really. How many AI songs being uploaded to Spotify now? 100,000 songs daily. So, actually, this is kind of what I want to talk to her about if there's any time. I'll keep the music going until it starts. Dear Algo. Nina. Seattle. Is it me? Dude, I can't hear her. I can't hear anything. What the fuck? She's probably saying something. Oh god. Again, this site.
Fully on-chain art on Tezos.
Oh, it is working.
As we should. If anybody wants to come up, you are welcome to join. Also, hello Yoshi. Hello. I'm in a new group. I just saw this now. I was like, just double checking things in my DM section. I'm like, oh, what's this? What's this new group chat I've been cast into? Sometimes I forget how many I'm in. And do my little intro as I do. Let me find my notes. I could probably do this fully from memory at this time because I've done 82 episodes. But we're gonna pull it up anyway because I'm kind of sleepy. Just a little sleepy.
Hello? Hello? Is this working?
It is working.
It wasn't working on desktop. Just, well, you know, this site. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, though.
Good morning. I am glad it is working.
Yeah, I'm doing this on my phone now. So.
Yeah. Yeah. The pinning is still broken.
Oh yeah.
I also could not see anybody in the space, including myself, for like 5 seconds there, which was very disturbing.
Yeah, I saw you were saying something, but I couldn't hear anything, so I had to. But
yeah.
Here we are.
Here we are. So, welcome in everybody to episode 82.
Wow,
Tezos
82.
Tuesday. Yes. For those who don't know me, I am Malicious Sheep. I'm a multidisciplinary artist, photographer, vocalist, poet, community organizer for the Tezos ecosystem, particularly for Teia, the nonprofit DAO LLC, which is volunteer-powered and community-owned. And I'm a gamer. You can find me on Twitch. And probably other places at some point. The plan for the space is to share news from around the Tezos ecosystem about tools, open calls, events, and initiatives, and have discussions about related themes together. If you would like to contribute but are uncomfortable speaking or are non-speaking or phase speaking and require a reader for any other reason, I would be happy to serve as such. You can add your contribution into the comment section in the bottom right-hand corner. And you can also turn on closed captions in the top right-hand corner menu if that is an access need for you, and of course if it is still working. Because who knows? If at any time you feel overwhelmed, please feel free to step away or take a moment. There is no pressure to share or to stay. Please prioritize your well-being. Respect is required to remain in the space, so be incredibly mindful of your questions and contributions. Also, as always, do your own research. The space will last for approximately 1 hour, but may go longer. We'll see what my stamina is like today. And I want to be mindful of everyone's time, so in the last 10-15 minutes or so, we will do a check-in and wrap up. Today's topics of focus have not been pinned to the top. They are indeed in the comment section of the space, which is miraculously working this week, because it was not last week. So you can check out there. A bunch of pins of things I thought I would bring to your attention. If you have other things that I have missed, because this algorithm is an apocalyptic nightmare, you can add them into the comment section, and I would be very grateful, and then we can chat about them, or folks can peruse and retweet them. Discussion is open. Anybody can come up at any time.
I do have a few small announcements with Teia. So Joe Simon has been hard at work at working on the messaging feature, and he was talking with Zero, and he pushed a few things on preview. So now you can go check it out on preview.teia.art. The thing to look for is on the token pages, your profile, and you'll see little tabs or buttons that wasn't there before. So there's so for example, if you go to one of the artwork pages, you'll see a message artist button, and then there's also a chat tab that was added to the end there, and then basically that's going to let any teia artist token gate any of their works. So the chat is basically like, this is all on chain. It's kind of relevant to the topic up there too, but yeah, this is all on chain messaging, and people will be, if they want to leave a message, they'll have to buy the work, basically. So the setup is a little tricky right now. If you really want to test it out, send me a DM, but it'll give you some idea of where we think, you know, this stuff is going to go. So yeah, if you have any feedback or ideas, please let us know. Yeah, on the profile page, there's a way to message the artist now, which is cool. And then you can also start your own private channels if you want, kind of like a group chat, but probably better than what we have on this site. Well, we're hoping it'll eventually be better than that, you know. So yeah, I think that's about it. Yeah. So if you're curious, yeah, just go to preview.teia.art and kind of poke around and see, you know, where things are going. Because we're doing a lot, working on a lot.
Very cool. Oh dear.
There was.
I cannot see.
No. Yeah, if there's anyone else who wants to say something, but I did have like a discussion topic in mind I wanted to kind of talk about if you have time.
It's going to depend on if I can actually see who is in the room. I think I'm going to have to restart the space because, like, I have guests that are coming today, and I don't know if they're there. I see a request to speak, and I see no one in the space, including myself, because this is fully broken.
Oh.
What I'm going to try and do before I close the space and restart it, actually,
okay,
is I'm going to try and connect from my other device and see if that works.
Yeah, I think.
So apologies, everyone.
Okay, so you're going to restart the space?
Also, I don't know if I'm doing that just yet.
Okay.
We will test this first. But the other thing I want to point everyone's attention to are the spaces that happen throughout the week. We have many lovely spaces within the ecosystem that you should check out if you have not yet done so, which includes Stroke Driven's lovely spaces through the Tezos Artist Network, which are silent share spaces, so you should definitely check that out. Let me see. Those are on Mondays or Tuesdays, somewhere between 9 and 12 p.m. Eastern Time. And you can pop in there. If you have any barriers to sharing your work in a space, it may be of use. And a wonderful time. You listen to music, you vibe, you chill. It's great. I am going to try to switch us over right now. If we rug, I apologize, everybody. I will get us started again, and we'll take a sacrificial co-host who will be willing to stay with me to help bring, because this stupid app is very broken, especially for Android. So
yeah.
Anyway, here goes nothing.
Good luck, everyone.
Good luck. Hopefully I'll see you on the other side.
So How's it going? We're still here. I'm on live stream, by the way, so that's why I'm acting all weird. But the show must go on, shouldn't it? You know. So the topic I wanted to talk about was actually AI music. You know, if we can talk about, like, I know she has guests today, but if we have time, I'd love to talk about, like, the fact that they're uploading 100 up to 100,000 AI generated songs a day just on Spotify every fucking day. Now, that doesn't seem sustainable to me at all. You know, it's not that I'm against using AI. It's just like, that's a lot of shit, man. You know, and how are we going to deal with it? So, yeah, that's the gist of it. And you know, I don't really have a great answer to that big problem there, but it's more like I want to kind of try to think about, like, where is this all going, you know? Because people are getting, you know, a lot of it is like they're kind of like manipulating the old algorithms of, like, you know, these platforms, because it's based on volume, not quality, right? So we'll see. I have an inkling that this is going to lead to the collapse of everything, you know, everything Web 2. Because it's just not sustainable. It's just like too much. It's just too much stuff, you know. It's just like I was talking about this with Joe yesterday, but yeah, like until like a couple decades ago, there were like a total of like 1 million songs out there or something like that, you know, until relatively recently, right? Now it's like 100,000 songs a day, like, you know. The Stokes, yeah. I'm checking to see if Mal's back. But anyway, we can have a long discussion about this, I think. You know, it's like something worth talking about. Oh, yeah, you're talking about MTV. Yeah, you know what's missing is curation. That's really someone has to go through the trouble of wading through all that, the sea of just like, it's just like just trash everywhere, you know? Like, someone has to go around, clean it up, and, you know, we're missing the curation layer. And like, up until now, I don't feel like the tech industry has really taken that idea seriously, you know, when they want to do everything on the cheap. So anyway, that's just me. I'm just like kind of soapboxing because no one else is here. But, you know, I'd love to hear what other people think.
So it is absolutely not working. So I'm going to have to close the space, and I'm going to open it up again, and I'm not going to touch anything.
Okay, good timing.
Until I can force somebody to be a co-host with me so they can bring folks up on my behalf.
Okay, I'll jump right in, like, if you need me to.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Please come back, everybody.
Yes, please.
We will be right back, because this is fully broken. I appreciate you all. You are all treasures. I will see you soon. Bye.
All right, what the hell, man? Every time. Nah, it's just not just her though. It's everyone. Like, even the people who like do this professionally have been like having issues. Ever since that Solana guy took over. Let's see next. Oh, here we go.
We back. I'm not gonna touch anything. I'm not gonna go to a window. I can't look at anything at all. This is this is where we're at. But welcome back. Hello. Thank you very much for joining. Do you know what I'll do? I'm gonna make ghost, because this makes sense. Hello everyone, welcome. I'm glad to see everybody. Hopefully we get folks directly back in. Please send it around, because the original space where everybody set the notifications is no longer valid. Share with a friend so we can get folks in. Perhaps I will. I need a co-host so that my thing will not die again. We'll find it. Also, I see Retro has joined us. Hello, Retro. Hello, hello. We'll get started soon, I'm sure. Welcome back, everybody.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
All is well. Excellent. And Mia's here. Okay. I can see people this time. Ah. Bringing you up. We got Zero Unbound as the co-host.
Okay,
Thank you.
there we go.
Thank you for that.
Oh yeah, don't worry. I don't have to do it anymore.
This will be good.
Hey, Mel.
Hi, Retro. Hello, hello. How are you on this lovely day?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I was trying to accept Ryan's request, but it wasn't coming through. It wasn't working for some reason.
Well, I'm not surprised. Everything is fully broken. Everything is broken. Urgent, and First Rain, and Yoshi.
Oh, hello,
and,
hello. Okay.
Oh,
It's
there's
working
Ryan. Excellent. We have Tezos Artist Network. If folks have not yet joined that, please do. Over 3,800 members now on that lovely community group on this app. So check that out. It is a wonderful, beautiful feed of all things Tezos, which was founded by the lovely Stroke Driven, who deserves all of the flowers for all of the work that she does with Tezos Artist Network. We also have, I'm risking it for the biscuit, Secondary Market. Hello, Secondary Market. Welcome. And of course, we have Pixel Dream. We have Hamida. We have First Rain, who has joined us again. And on stage, we have Ryan and the lovely me. Retro Tito. Hello, hello, and Retro. Hello. How are you, me?
Fine, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
I'm testing.
Amazing. I'm so glad. We had to refresh the space. Apparently it was stale and needed it. Also, I can't touch any buttons. So I'm going to just leave it as it is. But I'm glad you were able to join us today, me. As well as you, Retro. Because you can give us, I'm sure, the most exquisite rundown of all things on-chain on Tezos. And by on-chain, I mean fully on-chain, which is fabulous. So if folks are unaware, can you, Retro, please introduce yourself to the lovely folks? I'm pretty sure everybody in here already knows you, but just in case, maybe we might get some newbies in the recording, right? But also what you do for Zero Unbound and a little bit of summary about that, if you do not mind.
Yeah, no problem. Well, firstly, thank you for hosting the space, Mal, as always. I am an artist who's been on Tezos for the past 4 years. And I create 80s, 90s inspired, nostalgic digital artwork. And it's mainly centered around the character of Retro Man. So I'm creating an IP, and it began on Tezos. In terms of Zero Unbound was something that actually began with the idea of Zero Contract, which was created by Yestem Zero. He had a collection that he was creating across multi-chain, and they were all minted fully on chain. So that means it was not minted by having a token that is attached to an artwork that exists off chain. It was the artwork existed and was essentially engraved on the blockchain, minted on the blockchain. However, there's loads of different ways to say it, but it existed fully, completely on the blockchain, as in the artwork itself existed as code, and that was the actual token. But he found that he wanted to put his artwork, some of his collectors wanted him to put his artwork on Tezos, and he found there was no way for him to actually put custom made artwork onto Tezos. There was I think 8BDO, and there was a few other things that you had to use like like not a preset, but like their methodology of putting artwork on, but you couldn't just upload a piece. So he created the Zero Contract, named after him, just for himself, just so he could put it on. But then he went through a massive slog to create this contract and get it working. So he thought, well, you know what, I've made it now, so I might as well share it with everybody else. So he made it open source, and he invited people to come and try it out. And one of the first people, it's a bit shady exactly who, not shady, it's a bit not clear exactly who started it first, who took it up first after Yestem, but the first person I noticed was Kyle Flemmer, who decided to mint his microcosmos fully on chain on Tezos using the Zero Contract. And then I learned about it through Kyle, and they both helped me then get my collection up on fully on chain, which was all of the sprites from a video game that I'm working on. So I minted those fully on chain, and then it kind of grew from there. So I created a tutorial because it was a very complex workaround way of being able to actually mint fully on chain, and it involved actually going on to Better Core Dev and doing all sorts of stuff to get it working. But then along comes Jams to Blues, who created the platform called Zero Unbound. He looked at the tutorial, he talked to Yestem, and he sort of found a way to create a platform that allowed minting to be really easy, not as complicated as it originally was. And that's how Zero Unbound was born. And they've gone from strength to strength with feature upon feature. It was just the two of them. Jams was creating Zero Unbound, and Yestem just kept upgrading the contract, allowing more and more stuff to happen, like being able to edit the artwork after it had already been uploaded. So there was no more kind of like, it's very expensive to upload and mint directly on chain. So he removed the barrier of mistakes, because once you uploaded it, you actually don't lose money. You can always swap the artwork out as long as it hasn't been sent, it doesn't exist in anyone else's wallet. and loads of other things along the way. And so people were just drawn to that. It's a small community of artists who are coming on board and using it and understanding the benefits of minting fully on chain. But it has been growing slowly, and more people are becoming conscious of the benefits of minting fully on chain, with the main one being, looking at a lot of the platforms that are shutting down, is what happens to the artwork once the marketplace goes. And the great thing about zero contract is the artwork is the token. It's not managed by any third party and pinned by a third party. It exists fully on chain. And so even if there was no marketplace, as long as Tezos exists, the artwork exists. And also zero contract, like I said, is completely open source. So people can use it and modify it and do what they want with it. He's made that available. And Jams has also been generous to make Zero Unbound fully open source as well. And so that allows people to obviously contribute and help improve it as well. So I think that's it in a nutshell. It's been a while since I've spoken about it, but I think I covered everything.
I think you did as well. I think you've done a fabulous job with it. Yes, Zero Unbound is fabulous. If anybody hasn't played in that particular sandbox of Tezos, please do. I myself was one of the first 25 artists that minted on Zero Unbound. I've minted a few things since then. It's always an enjoyable experience, and it always gets better every time. The UI of the Zero Unbound site is fabulous. I enjoy it a lot. And I think that more folks should take a peruse around on that site and take a look at the fabulous artworks, which mind-blowingly, every time I'm there, I'm like, how did you get so much detail in here? I don't know enough about compression and things to understand how this is functionally working, but it is fabulous every time. So,
And there is, by the way, even though it's a lot more straightforward with Zero Unbound, there is still a tutorial, and that's pinned to the teia.art Twitter page at the top. So do make sure to have a look through that. It's got subtitles. There's a YouTube version as well. It's fully chapterized, and I think me might be able to follow up with this, but I think there's a translated version somewhere on the net as well in Spanish, I think, as well. So, and then also there's people around who can help, like myself, who, if you've got any questions, like, I will do my best to help out with that, because it's still a learning curve. It's not like what you'd be used to if you're minting on object. It's a different way of thinking about minting artwork, so just to bear that in mind. And it is expensive, so it costs around about 6 Tezos to mint 22 kilobytes. So just do the math on that and think about the kind of artwork you want to upload. I've uploaded a piece that's around 250 kilobytes, I think is my largest. I think, don't quote me on that, I forgot. And yeah, it gets expensive to mint, so you have to bear that in mind with the kind of pricing that you have and how many editions that you want to have and the demand for the work. So there's all those things to bear in mind. So just have those things in the forefront when you're thinking about doing something fully on chain on Tezos.
Exactly. Yeah, it was a bit of a change when I minted on Zero Unbound for the first time, because the first piece, I believe it was like 5 Tez to create the contract and then another 5 Tez to create the work. Which, like, fine. Yes, it's on chain. Yes, I'm going to pay more for the storage fees, and I'm going to pay more for, the size of the artwork. I do really love the fact that Yestem added the functionality which allowed for you to mint something as big as you like, so long as you have enough Tezos to deal with it, through a process called chunking. I believe it's still called, which is fabulous, which allows for more detailed works, because my compression was a lot. 20 KB is significant in shrinkage when it comes to something that was originally a 6,000 by 4,000 pixel piece. It's very small now, but that's okay. we learn, we grow. And I think it is something that folks should definitely take a look at and explore. And on that note, the exploration part, Retro, would you like to speak to the curation program that Zero Unbound hosts periodically? And then we can get into a little bit of that.
Yeah, sure. So it's, I guess it's kind of like a hack of the Tezos CRP system, depending on how you look at it. But I manage the Zero Unbound Twitter account, X account, because Jams handed that over to me last year. And so obviously, you can get voted for Tezos CRP. I thought it would be a good idea, seeing as we had a strong community, to essentially just ask people to vote for Zero Unbound as often as possible. And so that started with us, Zero Unbound winning some 125 Tez. And the best thing we thought we could do with it, after speaking with the SDM, was why don't we give it back? How do we put it back into buying more art? And the first thing was, let's try to encourage collectors who are not using Zero Unbound and Zero Contract to come and put some of this artwork in their wallets. And so we started getting collectors together, like Art Monochrome and Scooney and Tuna Kuna, if anyone knows Tuna Kuna, aka Jake, and people like that, to come along and start collecting. And so we were kind of donating that money to them to go and collect, and then promoting it. And over time, this is now going to be the fourth one, or this is the fourth one that we did, and we won actually more money this time because the CRP value has gone up to 250 Tez. And so I think it was kind of due not to look outside, but look inside the people who have really supported Zero Contract and really understand what it's about, and to get them to put more stuff into their wallets, because not only it's not about them trying to bring other people in, it's about saying, you guys love this regardless of whether the market is up or the market is down, or whether collecting is cool or not. You're always here. And I thought it was a good idea to, get people who already love it to get more pieces into their wallets, and to explore what's out there, because there's still, even though it's a much smaller ecosystem because it's more expensive to mint, there's still a lot of stuff out there that doesn't necessarily get collected because it's a bit more expensive. So I think it was just a great opportunity to give on this occasion the winnings to yourself, Mal, to Kyle, and to me as well. And I think you did a great job, and I think you actually promoted this the most, more than any other time, which I think has been awesome. And it's really good to see that the amount of time Zero Unbound has appeared on the timeline.
Yay! I was like, well, like I've been given 83 glorious Tezos to collect. I need to make a thread. This has to happen. So, it's a wonderful thing to be able to collect. If anybody wants to fund me to collect things at any time, please let me know. It is one of my favorite tasks because I like making like little collections, some little themes and things. But of course, on Zero Unbound, like I didn't know what I was going to come across, and it was very fun. And we also had the lovely Me Retro Tito, as well as Kyle Flemmer, who also collected for this iteration. And I wanted to ask me what you thought about the process, and if you have anything to share up top about it, please feel free. If you are able to pin, I don't know, I can't pin anything. But also, hello, how are you, Me?
Hi. I'm I'm fine. Thank you. I'm running from one side to another in my home to to get on time to the space. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm very happy with this experience. Hello, Steven Bound, Ryan, Strokey, Joshi, Retro, everybody down there. Gaia, hi. Hello, Kyle, the other collector. I'm very happy with this experience. I'm very glad that Retro and Sue family invited me to do this. I've been collecting already for a while for a secondary market test, the count down there, with the intention of if it is a sold out piece to list it on the secondary market, and to give back to the artist half of the earnings, and with the other half buying more art. It's as you said, Mel, it's a very, very nice feeling to collect. In my case, I really feel joy, and when I start receiving the response of artists, like they are happy, and they are, I don't know, proud that their art is it's been collected. It's a very nice sensation. I really like it. So I was thank you for to the Tezos CRP. I just secondary market just won it again, so I was just collecting, and if you haven't noticed, I was collecting a lot from Teia, just from Teia. And it was very, very, very nice to go back into Teia and search for. Not many people responded. This is something I am going to do again. I responded because they started throwing putting their objects mint links, but some went into Teia to mint for to try to buy, and I love that. So I was in the middle of that when with this Tesla CRP we won. This time it was more money. I love that. And Retro wrote to me, so he told me, I am going to give you some money, and I told him, yeah, that's fine. I already have 150 Tezos. I'm put it all into Sue. And great, because as you both said, it's a little more expensive, and this is justified because it's minted on chain. It has a cost, and perhaps I couldn't have done it like I did if by myself. Perhaps I wanted to do it. It was on my mind. It was already on my mind, but it costs more. So I was thinking how to buy one person and not another one, how to choose, because if it was for myself, I would love to buy everybody's art. I had a great experience researching and exploring in Sue. The first thing that I found out is that many of the pieces of the artist's works minted there are already gone, sold.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, this is going to be difficult because there's not a lot to explore. But I really love that. This means that Sue is working, that the artists are minting and selling, and this is great. This is great. But the most wonderful experience is the art I found. It's like, wow, this is here. Wow, this artist is here. It's like, oh, I was having so much fun. I think I stayed perhaps a whole day, I didn't do anything but made myself a coffee. I couldn't leave the mouse, the computer. So,
I feel you. I did the same thing, except with a tea.
I
It's
think
like, let's get into this.
yes, I think I grabbed like 11 pieces, but some were very expensive, but it's worthy. Yeah, that's it.
Hmm. I appreciate you, me. I am very excited that I was able to participate as well, as I mentioned before, and I made a lovely thread. If possible, Retro, if you could find that on my profile and pin that up top, that would be great. Because I can't.
I will. I can only pin from the computer, so I'm going to go search on
Okay.
there and see if I can do it. Give me a second.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I appreciate you. I called my curation the end and beginning because there was an emerging theme as I was perusing on there, which was a lot about like death and cycles and birth and so I was very excited to collect all of those pieces. I don't know what my grand total was, but I did make an object collection. I think it's like 6 per row, and I think there was 3 rows plus 1. Maybe there's 4 rows plus 1. Got quite a few pieces I was very excited about. And I did have like the moment where I'm like, do I want this piece? But I could get like 10 of these pieces. Oh, like the struggle as always. But I do feel like I need to just go back and buy some more anyway. But wanted to make sure I got it down to the Tezo for what I was given for collecting, which we succeeded. It was like 83.4, I think, was the grand total with fees and everything. So I feel like I did well. But yeah, you can check out that thread and explore all of the beautiful pieces. Oh no, I've now clicked into it like a fool. Hopefully I have not ruined the space again. But anyway, so many beautiful pieces, and grateful to everybody who participated in my thread open call, and to everybody I found regardless on site. It was a wonderful time. I feel like some of the pieces, as I said earlier, like the amount of detail is like just like soul filling. Because like most of the stuff that you're able to see, like even on other chains, like on Bitcoin and stuff, it is very low poly. It's very little detail. Like the with on like Bitcoin specifically, you can do recursion, which allows you to kind of build things out a little bit more. But I just really love the whole setup on Zero Unbound. I need to explore it more. Also, I want to say hello to Stina and Lex and I and Gaia and Kyle, who have all joined us as well. Thank you for joining. Please like and retweet the space if you haven't already done so we can get more lovely folks in. Yeah, it was just a wonderful experience overall, and like certainly what I needed.
Well, I'm very glad that you enjoyed, both of you enjoyed that experience. And I know Kyle, I mean, Kyle's very used to it. Because I think you're probably the same, Mel. Remember when, just the experience of minting was very, very much a different one. So Zero Unbound has made that a lot easier. But also, it's like no one's under any illusions that the site was made by a single person, and Stem is currently working on updating it because Jams has had to take some time out. So there are still, it's not a perfectly working website. There's a lot of things that can be improved, and it's not quite the polished experience of Object, but there's definitely a charm to it. And, the feedback that we get is really helpful. So when people do give feedback about, maybe this doesn't work quite how I expected, or this doesn't work, or maybe you could have this on the site or something, those do really help with pushing it forward. It's just a slower process, but it's I think it's important to hear those. And just a final thing as well, if you'll notice with the site, it's not geared towards the old ideology of NFTs, where it's all about total volume and how much money it made and things like that. It's Yestem and Jams are very particular about that. They're going through with a very different ideology, and the focus is about the artwork itself, and it's about having collectors who come here because they actually just like a piece and want to see if it's available so that they can have it. And that's it. And the only time you can really see the history is if it's a piece that you've sold and that you own. Then you can see the history for yourself. So it's like, it's not something to promote to people. It's something that you can just keep a track of. But you'll notice a few of those other things that it just doesn't feel like a traditional marketplace. And that's intentional.
Mm-hmm. And I think there is like a general shared vibe between Zero Unbound and Teia in its open source design, and just the way in which it's like either prioritizing or not prioritizing, as the case may be, volume, as you say, but more of a focus on the art itself. And I think that is a beautiful thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's important, not because it's not all about that, and there's a reason why some marketplaces want to focus on that and others don't, not just on Tezos but on cross chains.
Mm-hmm.
But the ethos of Zero Unbound and Teia definitely align, because I think they kind of come from the same community spirit. And I'm careful about saying the spirit of hen here, right? Because of the past, right? But I actually do think it's kind of there, because it's got nothing to do with it being this thing that's about what big tech has kind of infiltrated the idea of a business now, where everything's about infinite growth and it's got to keep growing, and we've got to keep adding more numbers, and the chart's got to keep going up, and everything's got to make more money constantly, and we've got to think of ways to do that, which is, Ryan talks a lot about the idea of Ensh ttification, which is kind of, that's what that's all about. The ideology of Yestem's with zero contract, and I think Teia is exactly the same. It's completely divorced from that. It's got nothing to do with infinitely trying to have growth constantly year on year and being like, look how much more profitable we are, look how much more money we're making. And look how else we can, how many more users we can bring on board to make more money. It's about providing something that artists need and creating something that collectors are going to appreciate. And I think that's the most important thing.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I know you've put a lot of work in with like the designing of tutorials and things in the past. I'll throw a spotlight on you. What have you created on Zero Unbound that you think folks should take a peek at that's still available, if any? Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Mal, my daughter just walked in. I was talking to. Were you talking to me there?
I was.
Okay,
No
sorry.
fear.
Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yes. Wanted to turn the spotlight back on you. Do you have works on Zero Unbound that are still available that you think folks should know about?
Okay, so all of my work but one has been sold, so they're no longer available. And there's a little bit of a story with this because, and I'm sure Yestem won't mind me saying, because this is part of the learning experience. But the first collection that I had were the sprites for my game that I was working on, and there was a limit of 22 kilobytes, as in you could only mint to one block on Tezos. So there was a limitation, and so my first collection was well within those limits, and I had to create within that. And so the first collection were video game pixel art sprites, and so that collection is finished, closed, done and dusted, and collectors all have that now, and they're all one of ones because they couldn't be editions in those days. But then YesDem upgraded the contract with some amazing features, which I mentioned a moment ago, which was about, you know, being able to replace the artwork, and you can edit things, and also you could upload any file size you wanted because it chunked the blocks together, so you could have much larger file sizes. There was an issue with that contract, and so I minted on that the next collection, and that has now all sold out as well. However, there's an issue because people can't sell that on secondary. It can only be parted with by sending and like doing some kind of just within wallet transactions, if you know what I mean. Like, you know, you send me money and I'll send you the piece. It can't operate through the marketplace because there was an issue with the way that contract was done. It's since been fixed and all those issues are gone. But my collection, that second collection, was one that was kind of trapped in that, which he called Mea Culpa. It's a kind of a Mea Culpa collection that there was an issue with. And so a few artists got kind of caught in that. And I think it's one of those things that happened along the way, because it's only, you know, it's one guy who's trying to make this stuff work, and mistakes happen. So yeah, there's a whole collection that you have to do some weird work around if you ever want to get your hands on it, and you have to talk directly to the people who own it, as far as I know. I think YesDem made another kind of site to help manage that, or another tool to help manage that, but I'm not 100% certain. And then most recently, I've just released an artwork last week as part of the Death is Overrated collection. So every quarter, YesDem brings everyone together who's been minting on Zero Contract. He brings all those people together and says, let's create a collection together, and he puts everyone's address in there and invites them to come and mint. And it's usually around a theme, and he calls it, it's under the name of the Zero Contract Artist Studio Collection, I think it's called that. And so, you know, there's lots of different themes that we've had in the past, and the theme most recently for this quarter was Death is Overrated. So I created a one-of-one of a piece that had actually been in the works for like 2 or 3 years, and then left alone because it was supposed to be used for a collaboration, and it never worked out. And when this collection came along, I wasn't going to mint anything this year because I've really got to focus on getting my game done, and I need to prioritize where my attention goes. But this collection came along, and the piece fitted so well that I went and reworked it and minted it, and it's called Death is Everlasting. And if you look at my PFP, that is the artwork from that animation. So that is up online as a one-of-one on Zero Unbound. So that's the only piece of mine that exists available for sale.
Amazing. I love this. Oh, yes, me. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to ask Retro. You said Justin has done some changes. Is this very different from the tutorial you made, or is it quite the same?
I think he's made more updates, and I've got the feeling there's another version coming out soon, but it won't affect the way you mint, as far as I know. It just, in some cases, it just makes the contract more robust, and in some cases, it just helps make things work better. The biggest change that he made was the chunking thing, where you could mint file sizes larger than one block of 22 kilobytes, and you could replace the file sizes. And then also the big improvement where you could, the thing that I got caught in. So he's improved that and fixed that issue where you can sell on the secondary market again. So those are the main things that I know. But unfortunately, Yestem wasn't able to make it. But I'm sure he'd probably have a lot more to share about it.
We had an experience with Santiago from Mexico. Is quality? What's his last name? I don't remember.
It's a Coto, Santiago. It's a Coto. I think his name. Yeah.
I made an offer because his piece was listed only on Object but not on Zoo. But I found that, so I made an offer, but he couldn't accept it. And you guys were talking in the chat something like that he had to first list it to accept the offer. How did that work in the end? I suddenly, like 2 days after that, I saw the piece in the Tezos secondary market wallet, but I didn't.
Yeah, so what you have to do is you do have to, if you want to accept an offer, you have to list it first. So I'm not sure the reason for that. It's some workaround that has to happen. But for instance, if you want to make sure that you list it and they only accept the offer, you can list it for like a much higher price, and then the person can accept the offer. Because obviously, if you listed it for something cheap, like let's say you put an offer in of 10 Tez, and then he listed it for 10 Tez or less, then someone else might quickly come and buy it, and then you lose your offer. So the workaround is list it for something very high if you've already got an offer, so no one will accept it, and then he can then make sure that no one quickly comes and buys it before he accepts the offer, which is unlikely in this market at the moment. We haven't really got collectors lining up, rushing to buy stuff, so it's kind of okay. But yeah, that's the workaround essentially. You have to do that to do it. And actually, it probably was a good idea that he listed it for something more expensive, because there was 2 other collectors who were searching Zero Unbound, and there's not a lot of work available. So yeah, they might have snapped that up without knowing. So who knows?
And list.
Oh, sorry for rambling. Did that make sense to me? I kind of went off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thinking that I never saw the list, the price on Zoo. I saw it on Object.
Yeah, that's the other thing is it's become in Web3, people don't trust as much things they don't know. And so if you trust Zero Unbound and you want to list on Zero Unbound, there might be certain collectors of yours who are saying to you, I'm not touching a site that I don't know. I'm not connecting my wallet to a site I don't know. And Object has got a reputation, and Teia has got a reputation that they recognize, and they may not keep up with what's going on Tezos. So they might not want to list on Object because they might feel that no one's going to collect there. But the thing to bear in mind with Zero Unbound is that it is 0% fee. There's no fee taken. Jams has made it, and Yestem has made it so that they make no money off this whatsoever. They make no money from any of this. The only money that has to be paid by the artist to be able to mint is going towards the storage costs. It's not going to Jams or to Yestem. So it's all completely free. And so, when you make a sale, you keep all the money. So that's the reason to list on Zero Unbound, and hopefully it starts to build more trust over time. But obviously you can still list on Object, but there will be a 5% fee taken. So one of the things that I did was I no longer list on Object now, I just list on Zero Unbound. But the transition period was I list on Zero Unbound for a cheaper price. And if you want it on Object, I increase the price. And so that just encouraged my collectors to start slowly trusting Zero Contract. And I think they for the most part do now.
Yeah, I noticed several of the artists are doing that, right?
I was doing that as well. Get people to migrate over. take a peek. And some pieces I didn't list at all on object, but they were viewable there. So sometimes folks would reach out and be like, I see this piece here. What about it? And I'm like, well, you got to go over here. Go take a peek on Zero Unbound. Explore. Mm-hmm.
Did you find that you had to, when you were collecting, that you saw pieces that, I know me obviously just said, but you, Mal, did you find anyone who they'd only listed it on object and you had to contact them and ask them if they could list it on Zero Unbound?
Yes, Scott's piece, actually.
Also,
He had put in the thread my call for art from Zero Unbound in the thread, and I went to find it, and I couldn't find it on the primary page. So I knew that if there were still pieces available, it was listed elsewhere. So I prodded him, and then he relisted it over. So that was good. Mm-hmm. But I went just directly through the Zero Unbound site with what was available on primary. That's where I concentrated my efforts. And it was very enjoyable. Go
Does
ahead,
it
me.
meant retro when you wrote to me? You said something that go remember the artist to list or something like that.
Remember the artist who?
To list on Sue.
Yeah. So I did remind. So we have a group chat, which I think quite a few people in this room are in. And so whenever we have a guest collecting round, I'll make sure to prod everyone, like make sure your work is listed in Zero Unbound, because the money is only to be spent directly on Zero Unbound. And the reason for that is it's not just to benefit the platform, it's because the artist gets all the money. It doesn't go to any fee or anything like that. So it's just more efficient for them. So I do make sure to prompt everyone, make sure your work, if you've got work there, if you're going to upload work there, list it there. But I do also tell the collectors, if you see something you like, just make sure you just ask, is it listed? There's something that I probably need to clear up with Yesden, which is about putting in offers for stuff that's been collected and is owned. So I'm not entirely sure how that works. But having said that, I think most people, when they've been collecting on fully on-chain stuff on zero contract, they kind of don't part with it unless they're going to part with it for a lot more, I think. So I think people, they tend to buy the stuff on chain because they just want to keep it. And Tezos is kind of, the core Tezos users are kind of proper holders, aren't they? They don't like to get rid of stuff a lot of the times. Especially I think when you collect on Zero Unbound, it's a very conscious collection. It's not like, oh, there's an event and I'm just going to go and collect loads of stuff. It's, I'm going here and I'm going to specifically collect this piece, and it's obviously going to be more expensive. So I've got to think about, who it is I'm buying from and why I'm buying it. So I think there's a kind of a different mentality. And I think that also shows in the kind of work you see on there. There's not a lot of work on there. I mean, there's still a lot to browse through, but when you compare to, the other marketplaces have been around for a while, there's not a lot on there, because artists have to be very conscious of what they mint there as well, because it costs money. And so they're being very intentional. And not only does it cost money, they've got to make it fit within a certain size limit, which fits their price bracket, their ability to pay for a certain amount. So, there's a lot more conscious collecting, a lot more conscious creation happening over there. So that also lends itself to just people being much more personable and asking and reaching out and saying, how can I get hold of this piece? I really like it. It was sold to this person. I'll give you, you can find them here, and then maybe more of a conversation happens, and it becomes the whole idea of having art on chain, and the whole community starts to become much more personable and not just transactional, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't talked in spaces in ages, so I keep hearing my voice like I'm rambling, but I'm hoping I'm making sense.
You're not rambling. Not rambling at all.
We need
Providing
those.
good
We need
context
those.
and information.
We need those Rambos, man. It's the only way to stay sane sometimes, right?
I made a mega thread so that I didn't have to ramble for 2 hours about everything Teia.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah. We could go on and on, right? We were all.
It needs more
kinda
slides.
similar.
It's 23 slides long. It's probably 40 slides long now. There's just too many things. Too many things.
I'm seeing people on YouTube now. They're actually doing. Well, I've seen a couple of people now. They actually do PowerPoint presentations as their videos, like actually a PowerPoint presentation behind them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like the thing now, apparently. So there you go. More slides. We all like slides.
But you don't sound rambly. You just sound passionate, you know. So that's a good.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing. I kind of wanted to sort of talk about a little bit because you mentioned that, like, in philosophy wise, right? Like your project or you know the Zero Bound project and Teia are very closely aligned, right? And it's kind of interesting because the features we're working on right now, I was talking about this earlier, but if you go on preview.teia.art, we were beta testing the messaging feature. So it's a little tricky to set it up, but if you're interested in testing it out, it's there. But it's a similar kind of thing where basically every message that you send, right, it's going to ask for a transaction. So it's going to be slow. It's going to be somewhat expensive, right? At least compared. It's not going to be like a lot, but you know, maybe a few cents. But it's still asking something, right? As opposed to getting it free. And we debated this a lot, but you know, I think there's some value in having people slow down and maybe think about what they're gonna write for once, you know. You know, for once in their
And
life.
whether or not it meets the terms of service and community code of conduct.
Yeah, because
Or the ban hammer comes down on them.
Yeah, I mean that's always a thing, right? But like I do feel like in the moment, a lot of people just like type whatever and they're not really think about it, right? So, yeah, you know, rather than thinking of it as like a hindrance, right? Like maybe this can be a good thing because
An artistic constraint.
Yeah, and it naturally, right? Yeah, sure.
We'll brand it that way.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Limitations are good, right? But you know, but it is kind of in the same philosophy as I think what Zero Unbound is doing, because you're really paying. You know, you're not ashamed of asking people to pay if they feel what they're doing is valuable, right? And I think it's not only that, but it also contributes to longevity, because when we you know, finally launched the messaging feature, poor old Zero is gonna have to pay for all those pinnings, you know. So we have to figure out a way to pay him back, and then so that fee is going to be included into the process as well, you know. And then this is how you make things run sustainably, like, you know, rather than like getting a bunch of money from a VC and then we ran out, oops, right? that's
Well, I think a lot of the mentality of Web3 has been, what can we get immediately? What kind of promises can we make now to get as much money and interest and attention as possible? And then I'm sure we'll figure it out later. And you know what? If we don't,
that day never
it doesn't matter,
comes.
because people, of course, it doesn't matter because people forget, and we can deal with a few negative Twitter comments because we can move the goalpost and say, look over here now, we're doing
really
this now.
It's really tragic, right? Because a lot of artworks,
it's bad,
a lot of artworks are being lost as we speak. They're never coming back because they just didn't.
I think a lot of people are wise to it now. That I'm not just going to buy into and the language is very familiar now. Like the hype language is so familiar, we're all getting fatigued. And so
Yeah.
it becomes way more interesting when you see people going in depth, writing about things they care about, and understanding that things take time, and not trying to hype people into rushing in to support it, but instead saying, this is
Yeah.
something we're building slow. This is a little bit more about it every day, or every week, or whatever, however often you can. And people start to notice because you're regularly there, as opposed to bombarding the whole space with all of your attention and all your marketing in one go, hyping everyone up, paying people to hype it up for you, having other people then buy into the fun when they're hyping it all up, and then it just becomes this. It becomes cringe now. I mean, we've seen it for so many years now. I mean, it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
people are
Yeah.
fatigued,
Artificially
and
inflating expectations
And,
is
Yeah,
you
the
know,
main
exactly.
thing.
and, you
And they,
know,
when they those expectations are dashed, like you need organic growth. You need it to be nice and slow and steady. Nobody likes that. You try and plant a tomato and expect a tomato the day after you plant it. Absolutely not.
right.
It doesn't work that way.
Well,
It
Yeah.
if
doesn't
it
work
did,
that way.
if it did appear the next day, you got to ask some serious questions.
Mhm.
Yeah. I don't know.
Split in space time or something.
Something wrong with that tomato. I'm telling you.
No,
So,
Yeah.
I think it's more like, you know, the metaphor would be like they bought a bunch of tomatoes, planted it into the ground, and well, I don't know. This metaphor is getting weird, but you know, it's more like you're ripping the whole plant out of the ground for that tomato, and then you come back a few months later and like, whoa, what happened? Like, dude, you know what you need, right? Like it's really like it's this whole extraction mindset, right, and not really thinking about sustainability. So,
but you're also attracting. I think now with this new, once everyone's fatigued from it, they're now attracting a very different kind of. I don't want to say consumer, but I guess consumer.
Participant.
In some
Participant, yeah.
participant. There you go. There's a word for you.
slowly,
They're
Yes.
attracting a different type of crowd essentially, and they're no longer interested what the whole 2020, 21, 22 kind of Web3 person was interested in,
Yep.
because they're slowly realizing this is not what they thought it would be, or they've made their money, or they've got what they wanted and they've left. So it's maturing. And that maturing can look very difficult. It can look very painful, and a lot of things that you thought were, oh, these are a mainstay. This is like solidified. This is
Yeah.
never going to go anywhere. They just die, and you can kind of start seeing those tears months in advance.
Yeah.
So it doesn't become a surprise really, especially with what's happening and where we're going. So I think this is it's good to slow down, and it's good that 1 week in NFTs or crypto or blockchain art or whatever part of the ecosystem that you're involved in, or DeFi, is no longer like like 1 hour.
Right.
If you know what I mean. Like the time we're slowing down, and we're feeling like no one has to be constantly present and burning out.
I think the people
Things can happen
here, I
slowly.
think the people here kind of represent, like, we're pretty well positioned. You know, we're hoping there's going to be like a shift in mentality, right, for the industry as a whole. And I think the folks here are working on that, like the fully on chain, the secondary markets, right? Like secondary market is really what's going to make this thing work. So, yeah, I mean, I'm hopeful, but change is hard, right? It's going to take some time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think everybody is already fatigued by the acceleration of everything else going on in the world. Like we did get the speed run 2021, 2022, where everybody flowed in and everybody was teaching everybody everything. And it was pure unadulterated chaos. But I feel like everything else around, like now there's room for people to actually like move with intention.
Yeah.
with
Yeah,
their
I've
creative.
been in the space for a while, but you know what really was that they really just they're still living off of the CryptoPunks model. Like if you look at most platforms out there, that's what they were imitating. Like there's very little, even CryptoPunks itself, the codes from like when they launched in like 2016 or 17 or so, it really hasn't changed like at all. It's actually kind of disappointing, you know. So they're just kind of, and you know, and that worked for a while, you know, at least for a year or two. Then it suddenly didn't work anymore. But we've been spending the last couple years just twiddling our thumbs, you know, like to honestly.
Well, I think a lot
Yeah.
of people are thinking about how do you reinvent things so people can make more money, and so
Mm-hmm.
they're thinking the problem is the same, and so if they're going to reinvent or keep something alive, they're doing it because they think the people who are still here, their reason is that, which it isn't. So there's very different mindsets and very different problems that people are
Yeah.
having now. And it's the main thing you realize on Tezos is it was largely the artists that stuck around.
Yep. Yep.
And
Exactly.
the collectors that stuck around were the ones that appreciated that.
The institutions are
Um,
still adapting. They haven't really,
yeah, I
you know.
think they don't. I think they're looking for things to innovate, but if they're not aware of what the problem is or what people are saying or how they feel, then those innovations kind of don't.
Yeah.
They land flat, and nobody wants that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
You know what I mean?
from my perspective, institutions never innovate. They only take on things after it's been
Yes.
proven as innovative
Exactly. Yeah.
elsewhere, and they would be left as
They,
what's the word I'm looking for?
they're followers.
Irrelevant.
Yeah. They're
Irrelevant if they did not adapt it to. So you see this with like larger institutions, like more trad spaces, like museums and
Yeah.
galleries and
Yeah, but
things like
even
this.
VCs and you know
Mhm.
like yeah, it's all the same, and it's so I don't know. I tried. That's just how it is, you know. Like that's just how the world
It's
works.
how things are flowing,
Yeah.
but that is not
So I
how
try
it
not to
is.
take it personally, you know, like
Mhm.
a lot of people do, but it's just they're behind. They always lag behind. That's just how the world works.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They preserve the through line of culture as it's
Yeah.
relevant, usually like 2 decades previous. They're usually 2 decades behind.
Oh God.
And we're doing so many
Dude, that's
things.
so long. But you're
It
right.
truly is. What is considered modern art? Just
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
search that, or contemporary art,
Yeah.
modern art and contemporary art.
But on the plus
Those,
side, I think people are more aware of that now, especially in this
yeah,
space in particular, right? Like for
yeah,
NFT artists. And, you know, I think the realization is that we have to do this on our own. There's no choice. And,
exactly. Yeah, and we can easily. We
yep.
just have to have good organizational structures
And
within
then,
the
yeah,
decentralized
once we
adventure that we're on.
once we figure a few things out, then they will come to us. Like
Exactly.
that's how it works. And then
Mhm.
that's where
I
all the
think
money.
there's
Yeah.
also an idea of, I mean, nothing has to be rushed.
Yeah.
And I mean, even with this idea of, I feel where you're coming from with like, build it and they'll come to us. I mean, I kind of think even that's a tad outdated, because actually what you're doing is serving the people who are already here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's way more powerful, I think, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
exactly.
And
Like
so
they're not,
then
their attention is not our goal. The attention or the intention
exactly.
is the people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
you serve the people that are here and they care,
Yep.
that's really important. I think a problem is, and I'm not going to name names of organizations, but you do see it very clearly in this space where they're constantly trying to build things to attract people who will never care, or it's very unlikely that they'll care.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they keep saying, "Look what we're doing," and then certain people, little people like myself, are shouting, saying, "Oh, what about what we're already doing here? What about what's already happening here? What about serving the people who are already doing this?" And
Yeah.
that's the problem is with the big tech. I don't know what the name for this, but I call it big tech mentality. Is we've got to be able to infinitely scale. Scalability is all they
Yeah.
ever seem to think about. How do we scale? And this was a big conversation I got into with the folks at Etherlink. Their only interest was we need to scale, scale, scale. It wasn't about how do we use this to serve the people who
Yeah.
like this. And
Yeah,
not
because
to
the
get into anything
goal is for
political, not to get into
shareholders. The
anything
goal is
political.
not for the people. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and not to get
Yeah.
anything political, because there's way more depth and nuance to all of this, and I'm just one person. But I think it kind of tracks when you look around other industries. I've been spending a lot of time within the indie game scene, and you'd be surprised how much this stuff all maps over, and it's all the same.
No, it's
all the
all the
same
same,
stuff.
man.
It is.
It's
Same
all
stuff.
the
It's the
same.
same kind of characters. You got the same influencers. You got the same people in power. You got the same people on the kind of street level, grassroots level, and
Yeah.
it's the same conversations. And actually, when I think about it, like we can complain a lot over here, and things are a lot better than they are in industries where there's way more people. We're kind of blessed with the fact that there's not a lot of people here, especially in Tezos, because we get to air our frustrations and we can get to voice things and test things out easier without much pushback, and it's a bit more open and free, and it's not as cutthroat.
The bigger things, the bigger the group is, the harder it is for it to change, right? And so especially
the
with
bell curve dynamics come in, and then everybody on the outside of the bell curve is
with like Bitcoin and Ethereum, I mean, there are smart people in there, but the thing I hear the most is really like, I can't do anything here because there's just too many hands in the pot, right? Like, and
I think everyone's got an opinion, and they like to. The problem again with the X being the town square for everything, whether we like it or not. I mean, we have to accept that it is, for the moment, the town square, and it's where people go to talk about things. It's the digital version of that. That's what everybody somehow chose, and it seemed to fit better than anywhere else. So this is where people come, and this is where a lot of the control, manipulation, influence happens. And so if you're in a space that's just full of people, and then there's certain personalities dominate, it can be swayed so easily, and it becomes very difficult. And I think the good thing about where we're at is that there's, like I said, there's not that many of us in comparison, and people are very vocal one way and the other, and there's always a counter argument. No one really gets massively like someone has an opinion, no one gets completely dominated and shouted down and excommunicated. It's okay, that's what you think, why I disagree. And not saying people are mean and rude and things like that, it does happen, but it just doesn't happen on a scale that you'd see in, for instance, in gaming. Like it's wild. Wild in gaming. I mostly keep my mouth shut, mainly because I'm new and I'm trying to learn. But also, it's quite scary out there. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of keyboard warriors out there.
Dude, I have I was I don't know if you hear the story, but I went to an indie game networking event around here in Seattle, and like they basically, you are not allowed to talk about crypto, NFTs, or AI because people get real pissy, and their way of dealing with it is, let's just not talk about it. So it's so weird, like, I
mean, to some degree, it's understandable because the Web3 image is not good.
But this is everything. Like, this is AI too.
They get really obsessed by it, don't they? It's like, you're not. We don't do that here.
but I think they're doing a disservice not allowing people to talk about it, because it's like, why are you trying to, like these things are here, we got to deal with it for better or worse. So, but I get, like you said, it's the same thing everywhere. And
so I would like to pivot our conversation, because I have some newsy thingies from around the ecosystem, though I do deeply enjoy this conversation. I just want to make sure that I cover these things in case I run out of stamina, but then we can get back into it afterwards. Also, if anybody wants to come up, you're welcome to join the stage. Say hello. I don't know if I'll be able to bring you up, but perhaps Retro can. Especially if you have any questions about Zero Unbound, that would be great. You can come up and ask. If you cannot come up to the stage and ask, you can also ask in the comment section. Damn it. I think I posted those back into the same space. I'm annoyed. Let me see. Yeah, I did. I posted them back into the same spot. But anyway, so some of the items, which if you go to the first space, because apparently that's where I posted them again, that we were in, that rugged earlier, in the comment section of that, you can find the posts that I'm going to be referencing, in case you're feeling fancy. Oh no, I posted them in here. Okay, good. Okay, I'm not losing my mind. All right, so first up, an update from Erica for Voices of Iran. This was posted 4 days ago, in case anybody missed it. And they say, hello, NFT community. I have caught up to what I can in the design process of our Zine. Currently, we have 16 pages filled, slowly growing and patiently awaiting our Iranian artists' responses. We will remain patient. As I'm committed to gathering as many of the voices as possible who signed up for issue 1, the first issue will be incredibly important and will mark the way for more issues to come. I cannot give up and close the issue now. I'm not going to let people down. So, in case anybody is unaware, which I don't know how you would be, but who knows? Iran has been without internet for over a month now. And Erica had designed a Zine, or zine, however you like to say, to amplify the voices of the Iranian people, and pair them with artists within the Tezos ecosystem to create artwork to be paired with the writings and words of Iranian artists. And unfortunately, the communication is sparse, if at all, because of the internet lockdown. So that project is still being worked on, as we are able to connect with folks who have been intentionally made offline. They are not making that choice to be offline. They are being forced to be offline, which is horrifying. I can't imagine. I don't know what I would do, honestly, on top of everything else that they're dealing with. So please send your thoughts to everybody who is in Iran, all of our lovely peers there. If you see any of our peers pop up on the timeline, retweet and like and engage with their stuff. Because the chance that they have gotten onto the timeline is a rare thing. They have gone through hell and back to get that to happen. So please interact with their stuff, collect their work, provide them with support in any way that you can. In the meantime, while we await the remaining participants' works to be included in this Zine. So please do that. Please be aware. First Rain has posted about something very interesting. And she says, hey, Tezos, I did something that might be helpful for bringing in new friends to Tezos. May I present you version 0.1 of the Tezos starter packs? I hope you find this helpful, and maybe we can even use it when onboarding new folks. And why version 0.1? Because only part 1 of 3 is finished, and I didn't do any copy editing on the first part yet. So please keep in mind this is a non-native speaker that wrote this, but it will be cleaned up. I just didn't want to sit on it any longer. And then there is navigation directions and lots of details. So this is very exciting. A starter pack, I think, is definitely something that is needed within the space. To just give everybody like the broad strokes of how any of this works, because I know most of us got the hand holding in spaces back in the early days and have since then become the teachers. But a lot of us have other things that we're working on, so a starter pack is helpful. Be like, here, take a look at this. If you have further questions, you can ask me. But very excited to see that work being done. By First Rain. I appreciate you. Okay, what else? Let me see. That is not the right space. Is it this one? It's this one? No. My notifications are lying to me. Here, hold on. So next up, we also have from bakingbenjamins.tez, an interesting little playful tool for you to explore if you like at Tezos.systems. And Baking Benjamin says, I've been on Tezos for 2,160 days, joined under Carthage. Witnessed 19 protocol upgrades, injected 7 accepted proposals, 0 hard forks. What's your Tezos story? And it's got a bunch of little cool tools and visualizers and things for you to play around with to see what your Tezos story is like with stuff that is pulled from the data on chain. So if you want to explore that, you can do so by going to tezos.systems. If you like. What else do we have here? There is a new marketplace available on Tezos for folks to play around with if they like. It's called a Meduro.art. Grand opening was on April 1st, in case you missed it. They have a lovely little intro video showing you what it's all about, and you can go and play around on there. And I think that it's wonderful whenever we have a new sibling pop up into Tezos, because everybody does something a little bit different. And I think that this particular site has a lot of uniqueness. So folks should check that out if they are interested. And that is MEDERU.art. Meduro. Then we also have another creation by Yestum0. It's called I don't know how exile, but objile.art. OBJXILE.art. And it is a list of banned accounts from Object, which is interesting. Flagged accounts as well. The API does not delineate between dates. But yeah, it's very interesting. If you want to take a look at that new tool, please go take a peek. One of the Teia team members, Kay Torn, has put out a little call to folks in the community. Dear NFT community, please help a PhD student conduct an exploratory survey into NFT purchase intentions. Only takes 5 minutes, and there is a link to the questionnaire on Google Docs, or Google Forms probably. Factors influencing purchase intentions of non-fungible tokens. An exploratory marketing and behavioral finance research. So if you would like to participate in that, you can do so. No pressure, of course, but research is good. I like research. What else do we have here? I think that was pretty much it. I think that was all of the things that I wanted to cover. Of course, there's also Object for Object 2026 ongoing right now. If folks have not yet seen somewhere on the timeline the advertisements to participate, Object for Object has a long history. And you can check out more of that history on the wiki.teia.art, because there were two lovely folks who founded that back in the day, early on, as a means to, connect with one another, among other things, and to do free trades of objects. The original Object for Object, nothing was actually listed. It was just traded, which I think is a beautiful thing. So if you want to learn more about that, or perhaps get involved in this iteration for this year, you can learn more about that on the timeline. Just search the hashtag Object for Object. Okay, I've rambled. And Kyle has joined us. Hello, Kyle. I see you have joined us on stage. Hello, how are you? Are you there?
Hello,
Okay.
I am
Hello.
here.
Excellent.
Sorry, I was, got my hands full at work too, but
Mm-hmm.
figured I'd jump up and say hi. When you invited people to come up, you said, "Oh, if you have questions or whatnot." I don't have any questions, but I did just want to reiterate my thanks to Retromani and Zero Unbound for passing along their Tezos Commons community reward as a way to encourage people to collect on Zero Unbound. I think I found 6 or 7 really excellent works. I looked at everything that was listed and tried to shoehorn as much collecting as I could into the budget that they gave me. And I just feel very happy to be able to take a close look at everybody's work on Zero Unbound. So thanks for all you guys do, and thanks for taking those rewards and putting them back into the community. I think that's a really meaningful gesture.
Mm-hmm. Well, I appreciate you coming up and sharing your experience about that, because I know I also had a lovely time with it. I think the three of us probably also have very different like tastes and like things that we're looking for, which gives a beautiful variety as well. So yes, I appreciate you coming
I
up.
think that's a good point, actually. You know, even the kind of things that like you mint versus what I'm minting for on-chain work, like it looks like you're taking larger images and compressing them down, whereas I'm
Yes.
kind of approaching from the opposite end, starting with a few pixels and sometimes upscaling them or whatnot. So yeah, I think having a wide variety of artists and collectors using the platform is obviously a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I appreciate you so much for coming up. What was your favorite piece that you collected?
Oh, good question. Let me quickly bring up my wallet here.
Mhm.
I mean, there were some things that I had an eye on for quite some time that I was able to go back and get. Oh, that's my bookmarks. Sorry, I'm looking at my activity here. It's like an almost a PFP style collection that was it's actually like a blocky sort of pixel art type PFP collection that I thought was quite interesting. Yeah, forgive me for not having their name right off the top of my head. I really liked the Rothko Alive series by Pixel Art.
Run a mile and you just
pick up one called Sediment that I really quite liked. The Stina Jones is that for the first like the PFP style collection. I hesitate to call it a PFP because it's not really
okay.
It's just
I'm back.
like almost generative or variations on a theme.
How long was it?
And maybe finally I will mention
10 minutes.
oh, I don't know. I got some good stuff.
I swear I was faster than that.
I know. I had
Green
the same
Ginger,
problem. I'm like,
I'm always a
who
big
is my
fan.
favorite? I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough. Oh, Green Ginger, I was able to get their broadcasts on the Heights mint, and the Bosque Gracias Sega Bent #1. Actually, in retrospect, I think that one might be my favorite. I really love analog glitches, and to see an artist, or I guess a collective that I really quite admire, minting their analog video game glitches right on chain is pretty cool.
I agree. Amazing.
Okay, I got to jump back in at work here, but thanks for
Of
sharing
course.
the stage with me here.
Yes, thank you so much for joining, and enjoy
Pleasure.
enjoy the rest of your day.
Hey, thanks for coming by.
Amazing. And I see we have a couple new folks in. Welcome. Hello. I hope you're well. I probably have just over 45 minutes left of stamina. So we can talk about whatever we like now. We are free.
Wow,
unencumbered.
you got more energy.
Yes. I was gonna cut us off at the top of the hour, but I think I can, especially if I don't have to talk
I
as much.
think me has
So
something
I
to. I think me has something to say.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question for you and for Teia. If I mint on either platform, does it reflect on object or not? I'm asking As a secondary market, the point of of the project is to list the pieces that are sold out, or I've got many one-on-ones from both platforms. I'm very happy with that. But the collection started on object because it was practical. But listen to you, I really want to relist in this occasion on Teia and on Sue, because it's better for the artist in first instance, and it's fair for the platform. But I'm just wondering if it reflects on also on object or not.
So it all depends. So let me do a grand overview. So if you mint something on object through their contract and list on object, the fees from that go to object, and it is solely reflected on object's UI. If you mint on Teia and you list on Teia, then the fees from the sale go to Teia, but those listings will also be viewable on object. You can also mint on Teia and then list on object. If you're listing on object, then the fees go to object. And that is also reflected on Teia's UI. Then on Zero Unbound, I might refer to Retro for this, but I'm pretty sure it is, you minted on Zero Unbound, because of course you do, because it's on chain. And you can list on Zero Unbound, and there's 0 fees, 0% fees. And then if you listed on Zero Unbound and listed on object, it's 5% fees. But regardless, it's viewable on object. So anything minted on Zero Unbound or Teia will be indexed object and can be listed on object. I don't think you can purchase something that has been listed on Zero Unbound on object, but I think you can view the artwork. And from my last check, I don't know how long ago that was, I should probably check again, but if you mint on Teia and list on Teia, I think you can still purchase the Teia piece on object. Like, you'll get the listing, and the fee will be purchased through the UI of object, but the fee will still go back to Teia so long as it's listed on Teia.
Oh, did they do that? Okay. Oh.
Well, that's how it used to be. So
Yeah.
I don't know if it's still the same. So I should probably
Okay.
look into that.
Yeah.
But
But yeah,
I'm hoping.
Ditto to everything she said. Yeah.
I'm hoping that covered the answer to your question. If it did not, please ask me again, and I will try.
No,
and,
that was a good rundown.
Yeah.
There's a
I hope
few just things to bear in mind with Zero Unbound. But you were correct about all of that as far as I could tell. But the only thing to bear in mind is if you you were correct. If you list on Zero Unbound, it does not show up on object. But if it sells on object, for you personally, it will show you that it was sold somewhere else. So you will see that there was a transfer happened on Zero Unbound, but it won't show up as a sale, if that makes sense. So the idea is you list on both.
Okay.
If you want to do it that way. And the only other thing to bear in mind is, yes, the artwork always shows up on object. It's always indexed. However, certain file types, and one that I can definitely confirm, will not display correctly or at all on object because they don't allow it to. So, for instance, if you do a 3D file, you can mint a 3D file fully on chain, and Zero Unbound has a viewer, so you can view it properly. But object, and I've had conversations with them, they refuse to want to display it. They say, no, we don't want to display that. It's something they're not going to support. But it's still viewable on Zero Unbound, and the token can still be collected on object, but you won't see anything.
And do they reflect the code?
Yeah, well, all it will show is the URI. Yeah, so you'll see the data URI. It will be blank, but when you go into the details, you'll see the data URI. I
So
think Yestem was working on a workaround where it would, if it won't display that, he'll just have
No,
an
it's up.
image that will
Yeah.
display. But I don't think I'm not sure if he's got around to doing that yet.
Is it a 3D file specifically? I'm not sure. Or is it like a GLB or like something else?
Yeah, as in when I say 3D file, I mean like a GLB.
Oh,
That
okay.
you need 3D viewer to view
I
Yeah.
in JavaScript.
Well,
or
and
whatever.
this motivates me again. Like, I want to try and get things indexed somehow because we support GLBs. So I'm just like,
Yeah, that's something we
Oh,
can
Figure out
consider.
and also
a
they
tab
no
system.
object support objects do support 3D files. They just won't support the
from
viewing
there.
of a fully on-chain.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because they need a
That's-
custom code for that. So that's probably why.
They said it was too long, but well, whatever. I
It's
won't
it's
go into
really
detail.
not that hard,
But-
but
No, I know.
know.
It was clearly that they just. That's why I said the best way to describe it is they refused.
yeah.
There's also other things that Yestem and Jams want to support, which is going to be zip SVGs or something like that. I can't remember the name. I think they're called zip SVGs, and I think I've got the feeling they won't be supported once they've done those either. But Zero Unbound literally supports so many different file types that I
Reg,
guess it would be difficult.
can you hear me? Let me tell you, SVG is fine because I minted my PFP.
No, SVG is fine. It's SVG zip, or it's like a zipped version of that where you can store much more with less file size. So SVG definitely displays perfectly. It's SVG zip. And please correct me if I'm getting that wrong. If they know that I'm completely butchering that word or it's something else, but it's a
Yeah.
compressed version of SVG.
Yeah. It's also how you upload, how we upload generative art in a zip. And actually, this is what I was asking about. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay.
Oh, sorry. You said you've tested that, me.
I minted a SVG, but I haven't minted anymore on Sue because I was waiting because they were doing these updates for generative art because this is what I'm interested in minting. But yeah, we'll just have to ask.
Yeah, it might be a case of just giving Yestem a bump on that one. Obviously he's busy, so he's only limited by what he can achieve. But yeah,
it's fine and it's great, and I did it on purpose because many of the first minting on Zoo, they are like a small, how do you call it? JPEG? Small files, small images, and I didn't want my image to look that small, so I uploaded an SVG because I heard a conversation of you two and Soundspace, and it works amazing. So in the beginning when I minted it, it took for more than a day for object to reflect it, to show it. More, it was 2 days that they didn't show my file, my
But
image.
it showed up eventually.
Yes,
Okay.
it does.
Okay.
And when you open it, you can do what you can do with an SVG. You can zoom it in, and you can see the quality perfect. It's great. It's like the SVG is an interpretation of a code, right? If you open an SVG in a Node file, you will see that it's a code. So it looks amazing. It cost me a bit. I spent just for my PFP, and this PFP on a JPEG, it's a very old image, and it's 400 pixels per 400. but I turned it into an SVG, and now I can see it very, very big, as far as I can zoom it in, and with the best quality. But it cost me like everything like 20 or 22 tests or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, it's worth it. You know,
Yeah. It's there forever now.
It's worth it
Yeah.
while Tezos is 34 cents, 35 cents.
Exactly. Fire sale.
Yeah.
I'll be
Fire
right back.
sale,
I gotta
yeah.
go receive a package.
Oh,
But please
okay.
talk amongst yourselves. Go
I
ahead. Go ahead.
mint my PFP on chain.
Yeah.
You know, this is
it-
for, it's not listed, of course, because this is for my descent.
I think eventually we want to integrate this project into Teia. I guess we'll just add it to the list of the million things we have to do. But if anyone wants to take that on, it can be done at any time. Shouldn't be that hard. It just should be, it'll just be like adding another quote file type, and we'll just like work. You guys probably already have the code for the display side, right? So
I mean, a temporary. I mean, I'm not telling you how to do things, but a temporary workaround could be just a link to Zero Unbound, so people are aware that they can also that's a thing. Because trust is also an issue, and when they don't know a certain site and it's just kind of by itself, it becomes an issue. But I think if there's that kind of familiarity, there's Teia saying you can also mint fully on chain via Zero Unbound, and there's a link. I mean, that would be really helpful in the short term.
Well, we'll probably have to ask people to mint on your site, because like integrating that's a bit more tricky. But the display side might, it seems doable. And maybe if you want to swap using the Teia contract, that'd be great, because that helps us out too. So
yeah, I think see that would be kind of cool, because obviously, but I'm not sure if everyone is aware, but most people are aware why they pay fees on Teia and what it goes towards, and how it's used to maintain things. And so, I think that's a good choice, because then the optics is not a choice of going only to object and that's it. It's They can also have it on Teia, and there's a lot of people who do consciously want to also use Teia, and they really like Zero Unbound. So they'll make that. I think people could make that conscious choice and say, yes, I want to put it there as well. So if that's possible, but I think in the very early stages, if possible, obviously you guys have to have a discussion. But even just if it's like, yes, we're Teia, but did you know you can mint fully on chain over on Zero Unbound? You know what I mean? So
sure, that'll be coming. So what we're working on right now, like I mentioned earlier, the messaging is coming very soon. So I'm hoping that will be a pretty this is a big push. Like, this is going to change a lot of things, assuming it works, right? Like, we're building a token gating right into the site. Like, for example, if everyone can see the chat room on your work, but if you want to participate, you have to own one, right? So there's that. And then we're also, right after this, we're going to be pushing a wiki system. So it's basically like giving the community members an ability to modify or change pages, right? Information on the page. And part of the plan is that we're going to list all of the known projects on Tezos using that. So when that happens, Zero Unbound will definitely be there, because we want to showcase what people are doing, like, So I think it'll be like this year we really want to start forming partnerships, doing more collabs, even with Object or the foundation people. We're not a big ecosystem, so we gotta really, this is who we have.
I think that's the strength. I think that's the strength, though, right? I mean, this is just me and my
Uh-huh.
little brain, but I mean, the way I see it, I think a lot of the sentiment in just the entire Web3, right, but also in the art ecosystem, there's so much fatigue of anything that smells of anything corporate, and like I was talking, that's something that wants to infinitely scale and find other ways of taking money from you. And now, I mean, I understand the business side. Of course, I understand the business side, but a lot of the sentiment isn't in favor or isn't aligned with those kind of that kind of mentality. And so I think there's a part that's really favorable about having something that still is a little bit janky and doesn't look perfect, or doesn't function like, okay, it meets every single perfect need that a collector wants, so that they can, trade and buy and everything. I think there's a charm to it that makes people prefer that. And all you need to do is look at the way people collect other things, where they only collect because they're passionate about it. Sometimes they don't even care how they have to do it. There's all sorts of roundabout ways they'll go towards doing those things, and the journey of collecting is actually more important than just something that's perfectly neatly presented to them by a salesman, essentially. And I think the old marketplace mentality that they were all leading towards on ETH and Solana was very much, this is a salesman who's trying to convince you to buy something that that doesn't necessarily have much value. Whereas when it looks like you're buying from some place that feels authentic, and I hate that word because it's been destroyed, but I mean real authentic, as in the people themselves found a way to make sure that this stuff can be bought and can be traded. It's not perfectly presented so that it's the most slickest experience ever.
If you're looking for jank, we were pretty good at that.
Yeah, jank. I mean, I don't mean like trying to fake the jank like Rodeo.
No.
But you know what I mean? I think it's keeping what worked and saying, you know what, people love this, and people respect us for that.
It doesn't look as slick as those other places, but it works, and it's doing something different, like genuinely different, right? And so, I'm all about that. Like, it's gonna be very janky, like even all the features that we're pushing on Teia. These are all new things that have never been done before. So of course it's not going to be perfect, but we can promise that it's going to be different.
And it is the kind of stuff that only small teams of people who care and haven't necessarily got much of a business interest in it, they can come up with these ideas, because you see when corporates try to emulate it, it's really cringy. So yeah,
I disagree a little bit, because I actually care about the business side, like, more than most people think, because we were talking about scaling, right? Like, and how these VCs and these big organizations, that's all they care about, right? They just care about numbers. They just want things to grow, right? They don't really know how to build the model, because if you look at what happened to a lot of these platforms in the last couple of years, they didn't have a sustainability plan, right? They just was like, they were focused on raising money, and many of them were successful, but like, they didn't even think about, it costs something to pin things on IPFS, like such a basic thing that a lot of people just didn't know, right? And if even like places like OpenSea and those supposedly big names that supposedly have these people who supposedly know what they're doing, they didn't even think about it, and they had to dial back. You can see it. Like, most people don't even talk about this, but they miscalculated how much it costs to mint an NFT, for example. And then you see lots of examples of them trying to sweep it under the rug, or pivoting. In the beginning, OpenSea, they didn't even they were saving their NFTs on a freaking AWS server. They had to be pushed into using IPFS. I still remember that. And so yeah, so I really think like
I agree. I definitely
Yeah.
agree with. I agree with that, and I think, in a sense, I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Because it's almost counterintuitive that having business sense is going against what people who quote unquote had
They're
business
not
sense
doing
were trying to
business.
portray.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're actually creating the illusion,
It's an
not
illusion.
creating a strong
Yeah,
foundation,
exactly.
right? And so that's bad. That is actually bad business.
Yeah.
But on the surface, in the short term, as Web3 always is, it's always been so quickly turn around that they've got to keep looking like they're doing good business, and
It's
that leads to a
all
lot of wrong
surface.
decisions.
Yeah, no, it's surface level because I feel like Teia is actually much more solvent than the rest of the startups out there because we do our budget every year and we paid off our debts. We we don't make a whole lot of money, but we make enough to keep things running, which is like a pretty basic thing, right? Like you got to have more money coming in than going out, or you are screwed. Like it doesn't matter if you're nonprofit or you're a private business. So I really believe that Teia is in a great place to scale, and even as someone that's like studied tech and like startup culture for a very long time, like venture capital was really originally designed to scale things once the model has been figured out, and a lot of the failures we see recently is because they didn't really do that due diligence. They didn't make sure the model was solvent before throwing millions of dollars at it in marketing, right? They're kind of there. They really are there to support you once you're ready to scale, right? And so that's the stuff that we're working on right now, I think. All the people here, people still, trying to figure it out. But once we get there, it'll get a lot easier. That's the hope anyway. Yeah.
I think if you're in this current market and finances aren't your worry, that's a really strong place to be. You know what I mean? I think if you've got to this point and you realized you weren't, like the squirrel, and you weren't preparing, then it's a scary place to be because you realize,
Oh yeah.
we didn't have any foundations in. We just thought things were just going to keep getting better and things were going to grow from here. And this is kind of how bubbles are formed and how they pop. But then what's left are the ones who actually had some kind of not just a game plan, but had a strong foundation and had a reason to be there. And they weren't like, oh, there's something happening there, let's quickly create something because we can capitalize on it. That's only ever going to be a short-term game plan. Whereas the ones who cared about what was going on, they made sure to do their due diligence and create slowly and didn't get sidetracked or distracted by, look at all this shiny stuff over here, quickly come over here. So,
yeah. I'm not happy about the market. I mean, no one is, but at the same time,
but we're there. I think we're there because of all of that. We're in that place because of that. It grew too quickly, and so it's going to happen.
I expected it. You know what I mean? So maybe it's not as devastating as people who really thought it was going to go up forever, right?
I mean, it's not how things work, but it is easy when you're in the midst.
Right?
Yeah, well, when you're in the midst of it, it feels like it could.
Yeah, I
Right,
know.
because everyone's voice suddenly is championing everything. This is the future.
Yeah.
If you're not doing this, then you're going to get left behind, and all that stuff keeps going round and round and round.
Yeah.
And these thoughts really can manipulate how you feel about stuff. But I think when you've got things that didn't get sidetracked by it and maintained its integrity throughout, that's
We've all
going to be the thing that more likely
at
survives.
least once in our lives, right? Like, if you're being honest, right?
Yeah,
We're
but I think that's why
immune.
it requires maturity, doesn't it? And a mindset that's going to mature with it and not just now throw
Yeah.
everything out the pram because it's not working.
I agree.
Well, and with every industry, there's always the multi Fs, which are used as like tactics to leverage the folks that will flee from a market and leave their lovely little stash available to those who want to farm said market. And those are things that activate your adrenal system, like
Mhm.
fear, fight, fucking, family, famous, finance, free, fast, all of those related things. Like if you can feel your kidneys, like the little crew that sits above your kidneys, start to kick some adrenaline into your body, maybe just leave it for 6 hours. Like don't make a decision. Like if it's really only 5 minutes until the deal expires, maybe just let that one pass you by. Another one will come.
Did you just say the F word?
I did.
Okay,
I say it often, mostly
wow.
on stream, but in this context, it
Wow.
It
needed
was
to be
just
said as
so
well.
casually dropped as part
Fornication?
of a
Would
sentence.
fornication be better?
Fornica-
Fornication.
I didn't know you were such a crass person. Oh, it changes everything.
It just makes you question everything you know about Mal, doesn't
Yeah, I
it?
know. I'm like, whoa.
I've lived many lives, okay?
Okay,
Okay.
I
It's like,
believe that.
whoa, did I just hear that? I didn't hear that. And then your brain almost refuses to let you believe that you
Think of
heard
the
that.
children. Oh
You're
no.
gaslighting yourself about me swearing? Oh my god.
Yeah.
I need to
I
swear
think
more.
we're exposing more about ourselves here, Ryan, than we are about
Yeah,
Mal.
I know.
There we go.
I know.
Well, if anybody wants to watch me swear in excess, you can watch me play video games on Twitch.
You're
on
pretty
Fridays.
tame when you're playing Zelda, but maybe a different game, Will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if I'm playing Arc Raiders, I'm
Oh,
swearing.
no,
Sure.
I've definitely heard you say stuff on that game. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I am going to try and test out if I can actually stream Arc while running Arc. I don't think it. Well, I'm not going to say I don't think it's possible. I don't know. So that's the point of the test. If the upload speed is a nightmare, and I'll be getting upload traffic both through Arc and through the stream. So
yes. Which game are you playing this Friday?
gonna finish up Legend of Zelda.
Okay.
Ocarina of Time, and then we're gonna get into Majora's Mask.
Oh, okay.
I saw someone's modded Doom to probably not the first time modded Doom to be like Zelda. Have you seen that?
I have not seen that. That sounds like fun though.
It looks like a lot.
I saw a modded Dune on a pregnancy test.
What?
They made Doom run on a
I
pregnancy
genuinely
test.
didn't know whether to believe that one. Honestly, I know Doom can run. I remember back in the day, people were like, you can run Doom on a calculator, but the pregnancy test, I'm skeptical, to be honest. I'd have to personally see that one myself.
I've seen some chatter about somebody working on Doom that's being run. So there's a couple. One Doom that's being run on mushrooms, on the memory bank of mushrooms.
Yeah.
And then another one that's being run on bacteria, which I think is also very interesting.
I saw a few.
Like on RNA.
Yeah, I saw a few posts like that today for some reason. Weird. Were they anticipating this conversation? I'm weirded out. No, it was something like they were using like human stem cells combined with a chip that was playing Doom or something weird like that.
Organelles, yeah, that's real.
Yeah.
So it's brain organelles. It's like little stem cell chunks of brain that have little eyes. And by eyes I mean like light sensing organelles on top of the organelles, and those are hooked up to Doom. So like its entire reality is Doom, and the light around it. Because Doom is like a very simple, small game, and it's a good standard, and it's fun. And like as soon as you say somebody put this on Doom, put Doom on this, they're like, oh yeah, and then that gets shared around. Yeah.
I played Wolfenstein. That's different.
I do hear rumors that there's a upgraded version of 007 GoldenEye coming out at some point,
Oh, you said you're pretty good
which
at
might be
that,
fun.
right?
Is that
Oh,
is
I
that
was.
is that a Switch 2 thing? Because there's a lot of
I don't
remakes
know.
coming to Switch 2. I don't know if
Yeah,
you've
I
seen the
think.
news. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I haven't
Well,
played that
and they got
forever.
access to Unreal Engine and some code. Yeah, it'd be easy. I also have ROM hacks to play through, in case anybody is interested.
Yeah, I'm
Once I
looking
finish
forward to
Majora's
those.
Mask,
Yeah.
yeah, they're like full, like new storylines, but using the sprites and the structures of the Ocarina of Time. So
Yeah,
there's 12 of them. There's 12 ROM hacks I have. So 12 whole new adventures.
Yeah,
Homebrew.
everyone should come. It's fun. Yeah, it's my like part of my weekly routine now. I every Friday, after I'm done with work and then working stuff, and then I just put on mouse stream, and then I cook dinner for myself. So
It's an adventure.
yeah,
It's 5 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time for anybody interested, and you can find me on Twitch at Malicious Sheep.
great way to end the day. Yeah, it's very chill.
And I will try and stream more, but again, like I have to live in a RV for possibly a month.
Don't push
So
yourself.
we'll see if the internet works. We'll see if it works. If the weather's nice enough, I'll just like sit outside the house
Oh yeah.
at night
I think
when they're not doing construction.
Yeah, I've
Closer
cut
to the Wi-Fi.
down my live streaming schedule quite a bit because it's just getting too much. You know, it's draining. Like it takes a lot of energy. So I don't know how.
It's really. I did
Yeah.
about 2 years ago. I streamed on Twitter every day for about like a month.
Yeah, it's
And
tough.
yeah, I was
keeping it.
burnt out. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm not built for this.
Yeah, but
I think for me, it's going to be fine because like one of my greatest joys is having people watch me play video games because that's what my parents used to do instead of taking me to sports because I could not do sports because I would fall at a gentle breeze as a child. So they were like, well, like you imagine like the parents that are always in the stands, like that was my parents with video games. They're like, go.
That's kind of sweet.
Yeah, that's great. Well, they worked full time too, so like they got home, they just wanted to sit down, and they're like, okay, let's have some dinner and then watch you play video games.
Yeah, for me it was a like bonding time with my brother and such. But yeah, no. Oh, I forgot.
I need to find that space that we did, Mal, a very, very long time ago now. Because we were talking about what our childhoods were like playing computer games.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's still on here somewhere. I think that'd be an awesome sort of thing to re-listen to. Because yeah, you did go into detail about a lot of that as well, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, my Zelda adventures, and like because my dad is dyslexic and cannot read, so there would always be subtitles, and I just reflexively as a child learned to read the subtitles to him, like on TV and stuff. And then I started doing character voices, which is where we are now. Yeah. And then like sometimes like when I was little, like I'd get caught on some words. It wasn't very often because I could spell anti-disestablishmentarianism by the time I was in grade 3.
I bet.
But like pronunciation of things was more challenging for me because I was also learning French randomly, and I had a Belgian neighbor, and I had like this weird third language that me and the children shared.
You're one of those kids, man. Okay.
Yeah, I am one of those kids. I'm the kid that had a journal and was excited for commercials because I could write about what I was observing in the commercials. I'm that child.
Yeah.
I'm the one that everybody's like, are they okay? They're a little weird. But they're doing their own thing. We'll leave them be.
That kid knows too much, you know? That kind
of... That kid also had 14 jobs in public school, including secretary.
I know. Okay.
Yeah.
So I remember what I was going to say. So, so my live streams, I'm going to try it out, I think, later this week. But Empress Trash... we've been talking, and then like, hey, we should do something on Decentralized. you know. And I think I'm gonna try do like I don't know if it's gonna be this week, but soon. I think it'd be fun just to do like a hey, let's have a decentralized like travel channel, you know. We'll just like go walk around and like point at, you know, just look at stuff and commentate on it, because there's actually a lot of cool stuff on there even now. So yeah, man, that'll be the next thing. Otherwise, I don't know. Like I'm live streaming right now. Just me talking to you two, but you three or four. But one of them is the same person, so that doesn't count. But you know, I don't know. Just to try to keep it open, you know. And if anyone wants to do anything, let me know. I'm open to anything.
Yep. Also, I want to say hi to the professor as well as to B, lovely B,
Oh,
and
hey.
dear Fendel. And we also have Sarah. Hello, everybody. If you haven't already done so, please like and retweet the space so we can get more lovely folks in, or at least to listen to the recording afterwards. I appreciate your presence. You're wonderful. If anybody also wants to come up, we got about 10 minutes left before I'm going to close this down. So I can grab some food and work on finalizing the lovely form.
Oh, yes.
For the grants through Teia.
Thanks for working
For the
on
proposal.
that, by the way.
Yes.
Thanks for taking out the meeting, too.
Yes.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. So
I woke up like 5 minutes before and I was like,
I know.
like
I thought
fully, like, you know when your brain's fully awake, but your body's not quite there? My brain was like, there's a meeting. And I like looked,
But you
showed
showed up and you covered for us. And,
let's do this.
And yeah, I thought yeah. So anyway, this is a weird internal thing, but thank you.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Is it internal though if Teia is open source? The question.
They don't need to know about the details, but
but we will soon have a form for everybody to submit their proposal ideas to seek modest, I must reiterate, modest funding.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yes, expectations need to be measured. People hear $30,000 grant and they're like, oh, $30,000 grant, maybe I'll get that. No.
Divided
We'll get a tiny little portion. That's got to be, currently in our treasury is only 10,000 of that. We have to meet some goalposts in order to get more of it. And within that 10,000, that's got to be split between 3 in real life events and 4 virtual events. So you can imagine how that is going to be delineated, and probably a little bit more geared towards the IRL stuff because it costs more, and nobody can be paid for their labor. So you have to volunteer your labor. But say you need a projector and a screen for an event, that might be something that could be covered. You will need to make a budget. You will need to make sure you're following the terms of service and community code of conduct. You will need to spell out your plan in as much detail as possible. And then from that, you will be contacted to probably have a meeting and describe it more, and we can refine it and make sure that it is going to be feasible. And if there are similar projects that are proposed, we might combine you. Because who's duplicating labor? Not us. Not us here in Tezos. That's not a tradition we do often. So maybe we'll try a different tactic and like be like, oh, these are pretty aligned. Let's see if we can combine these.
You're right. That might happen a few times, huh? But
it happens all the time.
Yeah.
The number of times it happens is significant, and usually, for some reason, everybody's releasing the thing at the same time, and I'm like, how did you not? Because they're quietly lurking in the background, and they're like, it's all done, and then they release it, and then they have 3 competitors that are doing the same thing. Yes, but it's also, It's great for growth, and like people are driven to do stuff, but it also kind of demotivates folks, I think, a little bit, because like the attention then gets spread where it could be more cohesive. And but yeah, so we'll see how the proposals go.
Yeah, the form will help a lot because
Yeah.
I've been talking to people who are interested, but just having
Mhm.
like a framework to start from
Yeah,
would be a good
exactly.
start. Yeah.
And a reminder to folks, like how it works at Teia is that community members come up with a proposal idea or like just an idea for event. This is more formalized because we have a grant and we have to track everything. And the Teia core team members and the Teia volunteers help to facilitate that dream through volunteer power and our various skill sets. If you would like to volunteer at Teia, you can do so at any time. If you want to learn a new skill, come pop in. People will help you to learn that new skill and to get some lived practice at performing said skill. Might be a good resume addition. You did some PR and communications work for a nonprofit. Oh, yes, you did. You did. And it's on your resume now.
Yeah, I would highly recommend you work with your sponsor closely because
Yes.
by the time we vote on it, we should already know what the result is. Like we want to get it to the point where we have to put it up to the multi-sig vote, right, and put in the proposal. We want it to be the best possible by the time it's
we want it to be successful, and so we want to set you up for success
and
by making sure that
just
all of your I's are dotted and T's are crossed.
and everyone is gonna probably know, like
you can promote it on the timeline if you like.
Yeah,
get more volunteers to help you.
We're not gonna give out private information, of course, but like they're gonna know. Everyone's gonna know what's coming down the pipe anyway, so you might as well work out the details before you so
exactly.
But the members are here to help. If you're not comfortable putting together budget or a proposal or whatever.
Exactly. So lovely. I'm gonna be working on that today. And then once I'm finished fully dumping all of that from my brain, then I will work on something else.
Something else. There's always something
because it's been percolating. That one's on the front burner. Well, like not even on the front, like on the side, kind of. So like it's visible. I'm like stirring it every once in a while to make sure like I'm getting all of the layers that I need. But soon I'll be able to take that off the burner and put something else on there. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be refreshing. Yeah, and so if anybody has any questions as well, you can always pop into the Teia Discord, ask them there. You can also send me a message. Whether or not I'll respond right away is another question, because I will be slowly moving into an RV to live in for a month while they rip off my roof. So be aware.
Yeah.
I also don't know if I'm going to have internet connectivity.
Oh, you
so
don't
that's
know.
going to be a disaster.
Oh, that'll be...
Yeah. People are going to be pinging me in the Discord, and it'll be just a quiet whisper of silence.
Wow. 1 month without Mal. How's that going to go?
I know.
Everything would be on fire. I'm sorry. I can see it already. But it's already on fire. It'll just be a bigger fire.
It's smoldering.
Yeah.
It's smoldering. It's not a blaze. It's just smoldering. Which is kind of the vibe. You gotta keep warm.
Okay, well, we gotta
decentralized.
We'll try to cover for you while you're gone. Hopefully, it won't be long, but
But I'm hoping because I'm just gonna be sitting there.
Yeah,
looking at the wall.
What are you gonna be doing?
I know,
in an RV.
I'm not gonna be able to comb my 100 Discords and my 80 group chats. Like, what am I gonna do with myself? Who knows? Maybe I'll meditate. Maybe I'll become a monk in the meantime. Just like transcend.
Pick up a new hobby. Maybe the analog world is for you. Maybe the digital thing is not.
Well, I have fixed many a motor in my day.
Oh.
I do like small engines, small engine repair. It's fun.
That's so strange. I'm sorry, I'm not making fun of you, but I'm like,
It's fair.
welders.
Well, I did welding at one point too, like MIG welding
Yet
and
you
TIG
cannot
welding.
go outside. That's
Mhm.
the. That's
This
the,
was before I
the
knew
part
I
I'm
had
wrapping-
zero immune system and was wondering why I was constantly in pain and sick. Yeah,
God.
I was just
I know.
raw
like,
dog in the world. without
forging
knowing.
metals and shit, like working on engines. Like, holy crap.
Yeah, I
Wow.
used to lift subframes. I used to lift a CRV subframe every 18 seconds and hang it on a rack
Jesus.
above my
Okay.
chest. I was a little beefcake, and then I got very sick, and then I couldn't even lift my own head.
Yeah. Wow.
And now we're back to being able to lift my own head and logs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to
If you have no
probably.
internet, maybe you have to go back to that lifestyle.
Well, I will be gardening. That will be a thing, but I can't plant anything into the ground until like the last week of May because it's Canada, and everything will die.
Oh.
So,
Hmm.
but I can harvest like the spring stuff, which might be fun. Go spelunking for
I'm sure you'll figure
winterized
something
mushrooms.
out. I'm sure you'll figure something out. Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, I'm sure I'll write a lot of poetry because that I can do offline. But usually my poetry for the past year, that's not true. Poetry for the last 2 years has been like me making a melting pot of all of the things that I've come across in like the course of a week and blending like 12 themes together into one cohesive thing. Because it works, I guess. Usually in the course of an hour. So that's only an hour.
Yeah.
At a time. So I don't know.
This is making me rethink even myself because I'm like, man, if I didn't have internet for like even a week, what would I do? And
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, and you've got to actively consider that.
Yeah, I know.
Because
I'm like,
because like even without everything that's going on,
yeah,
the internet cables that lay at the bottom of the ocean are occasionally nibbled on by sharks, which then puts out the internet and needs to be repaired. But there's other things happening right now, both like structurally and infrastructure wise, but also like people being batshit crazy.
Oh,
And
I
don't
know,
like to
I
use
know.
the phrase
I'm
crazy
ready for the
often because
day.
it's very
I'm ready.
ableist, but
I'm ready for the day to come, you know?
Yeah.
Where it all falls apart, you know? It's kind of...
this is why I recommend folks get mesh-tastic networks set up, especially if you're near people, because it will actually work. A mesh-tastic network would not work where I am because nobody is where I am.
Yeah,
And
look
it
at what
relies
happened
on
to
relays.
Iran, right? Like, some people don't have internet over there anymore. And like, whoa, it's just, right? So,
Yeah.
you think it can't happen to us, but totally can.
Yeah.
But what did I do?
Or
I
the
can...
internet that is even like real.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Right?
right.
You might like have access to internet, quote unquote, but like you don't actually. It's just now
Yeah.
the cable television. But
That's how I
internet
feel like
form,
when I
and you didn't realize.
log on to this site, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, but see, other than you only eat so much. So what else would I be doing?
Yeah.
Walk around, talking.
Maybe
to
I'll
people.
get back into photography again.
I don't know.
So I can do that offline.
Talking to people.
I was thinking about getting like more like workout equipment because I used to be able to lift like 300 pounds with my legs.
Jesus Christ. Wow.
I tell you, I was a beefcake. Like for fun. I used to lift
like
cars at lunchtime, and
that's not a
people would
small
take bets.
beefcake. 300
No.
pounds. Wow.
A farm
Okay.
child.
Yeah.
Someone who used to like lift bales and climb
Wow.
up on
You went
like
through
towers of
a
bales.
pretty dramatic transformation, to
Yes.
say the least.
Yes. But we're kind of back up to my original weight, so that's good.
Wow.
Still have all of my conditions,
Mhm.
but it's not as bad. You know. I feel healthier now overall in my body than I did in high school.
Wow, really? Interesting.
Yeah, because I'm not in contact with other humans and getting infected and my body eating itself.
Oh, you already had those issues back then.
Yeah, I had the issues ever since I was a child, which is probably why I kept falling over randomly, because my body was like, I didn't understand until halfway through high school that people weren't in constant pain.
Yeah.
I thought I was just
think
weak.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah. Like, not everybody coughs up blood during the 12-minute run. That's weird.
Oh, jeez. Oh, man.
That's strange.
Yeah.
Yeah. But. And then I went on my little rabbit hole. And then I self-diagnosed everything, and my doctor was like, "You are correct." Because I gave him the research papers, and he's like, "Yes, you are definitely correct." So, that's good.
Yeah. I'm still thinking of like, man, now I'm realizing, man, maybe I need more analog hobbies, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I've been going to board games. That's okay. It's kind of fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got painting, sewing, cooking, singing randomly to birds, gardening.
I tried hiking. It's
articulation.
It's okay.
Mm-hmm. I love hiking. I used to do what's called scrambling, which is not quite like mountain climbing, and it's not quite a hike, but you're like scrambling over the rocks, up like a very gentle mountain, climbing up and around and like using trees.
Yeah.
Like climbing trees, climbing rocks to get into like cavernous areas to look at really cool mushrooms that haven't been touched in like 100 years. That's really fun, and I want to get back to that.
Yeah, I guess
I'm gonna have to probably do that solo.
I guess I prefer urban hiking. I like wandering like new neighborhoods and checking out new places. As long as it's relatively safe, you know.
Yeah.
Some areas you got to be careful, but I think I
used to love walking around in Toronto. That was very fun. It's not. It's like a different vibe than like walking around in like a small town at like 4 a.m.
Oh yeah.
Where there's like forests and stuff, and like with a backpack full of goodies to like keep me warm or feed me or whatever. But then in the city, like it's a different type of thing, right? But I did used to enjoy that a lot. Yeah. Especially Kensington. Like I'd be in Kensington Market and I'd like wander along and be like, "Oh, fire throwers."
I just love discovering like hole in the wall places or like small like businesses doing something interesting, you know.
I did find this one store when I lived in Caribbean Town in Toronto that had like I walked in and not only was everything in there, but the smell of everything in there was like I stepped back into 1996.
Oh.
Like all of the things that were for sale were like 1996.
All right, was it like
It was wild
antique store?
Might as well have been, but at the time it was only like a decade out.
Oh, okay.
Decade and a half out. So like in my youth, back in my day, yeah. So it was fascinating. Like I don't know if you guys remember like the pens that had like 6 sides that you could like press down a color.
I had one of those, yeah.
Right? And it had like the gel pens.
It was great.
And it had like everything. The stickers or like the little bath beads from the 90s, which I hope is like hasn't affected the next 4 generations.
Oh, because it's made out of pure chemicals.
Who knows? It was made out of fragrance for sure.
Oh yeah.
Anything that says fragrance is any of 300 chemicals, just so everybody is aware.
No.
Yeah.
Someone rewarded me about that a long time ago. They're like, yeah, this is what they put when they don't know what it is.
Exactly.
And I'm like, oh, okay.
Yes. But it was unreal.
Hmm.
Like I walked in and I was like, am I dissociating right now? Like what is happening?
Yeah.
And like I brought other people to it because I found it on my own, and then I started bringing other people to it. They're like, what is this? It's like I've walked through like a mirror into another time. I'm like, I know.
Yeah.
It's
I
crazy.
think in Bainbridge, there's like, yeah, I went to an antique store, so selling basically old stuff. But it's like, when I went in the store, it reminded me of being in my grandma's house. It's like, all the little, like the china, you know. Remember that?
Oh, the kitsch
when
and the
people
knickknacks.
used to collect plates for some reason, like, yeah.
Or spoons,
Spoon,
and salt shakers.
God, yeah, it was a whole vibe.
Yeah, it's still maintained, but I think it's a little bit different now. Like because you can get like so many cool little custom things made. So it's not like it used to be like you travel somewhere and you take something back.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you choose a thing, and either that would be a spoon or a bell or
Yeah.
a whatever.
It was a
thimble,
different
maybe.
time, It was a different
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. I think one of my favorite places to go, there's this place that's like a little bit of a drive from me. Like it's a long enough drive that I have to sleep for a few days afterwards. But it's a barn in the middle of a field that is a record store.
What?
Yes.
That sounds great. I want
And so I had to go dig around in milk crates filled with vinyl from like all the way from like the 20s up until present time. And you find some good gems in there.
Yeah.
And the guy is awesome.
I love it when people do weird stuff like that, Like actually, just in Seattle, I found there's a postal store, they sell out mail packages and such. But someone thought, you know what? Let's have a cafe inside of here. And they totally did it, It was just like these little...
It's a good plan.
Yeah, it's like a little homemade thing, but you can tell someone put a lot of love into the process, And it's nice, right? You just grab a coffee, hang out, and mail your packages or not, I don't know.
Yeah, I think there needs to be more like community hub type things because I feel like if you had a cafe / postal office / laundromat / gym,
yeah, just do everything.
right? Like you start off your morning, you set aside like 2 or 3 hours. You go, you do, you work out for a little bit. Then you grab a shower, you get changed, you throw your manky gym clothes into the washer along with the rest of your laundry.
Yeah.
It cooks, you do your meal, you get a little snack, and then you're ready to go. You're ready to take on the day.
No, it's great.
Right?
We need, it's just like so many rules against like what you can or cannot do, Just, in Japan, actually, I love like walking around in Japan because they kind of let small business owners do whatever they want, and a lot of people don't like that because they think it's too chaotic. But no, if you want to sell vegetables, out of your house, or set up a vending machine next to your apartment, go ahead. Like, so.
I'm lucky in where I am because I'm technically agricultural residential, so I could set up like Letterkenny style, like a fruit stand, like a veggie stand at the front of my property.
Well, that's a lot of work, though, But
well, I produce a lot of food though, and I never
do?
have enough neighbors to give it to.
Yeah, so you're like a legit farmer then.
Well, not like I'm doing it all by hand.
Yeah,
Like
still.
the most equipment I have is like once every 2 or 3 years I rototill the ground.
But you know how to do that. And
And do permaculture gardening, which means everything kind of just thrives on its own. You plant it, you leave it, and it just produces. It's nice. It's very low effort.
I'm growing green onions right now, the easiest plant in the world. It's just growing
Excellent.
out. It's just growing out of a jar with water.
Hmm. There are many plants out of a jar.
Mm-hmm.
You can even take your carrot tops and make seed tops and plant carrot seeds out of the tops of your
Really?
carrots.
Oh. Oh, no.
It takes a lot longer.
That's not going to fit in
can
my
also-
apartment. No.
You can also grow pineapple if you cut off the top of the pineapple and plant it in. Like let it
How long does it take?
You gotta like cut off the top and let it dry out a little bit,
Okay.
and then you plant it in the soil. And it takes like just like 2 or 3 years.
What?
Nothing big.
2 or
Nothing
3
big.
years.
But like there will be a pineapple that like sprouts out of the top of the thing that you planted.
I'm not even going to be... I move around a lot, so I won't be able to. Okay, well, it's good to know how long, though. So,
You can grow new celery out of the end of your celery. You need to have like little tiny root bulbs on it. And this is the thing that I hate about corporations. One of the things.
mhm.
There's many. There's a long list. But like vegetables that are now being bred to be seedless intentionally so that
Mhm.
people can't grow their own food.
Right.
Or like hormonal powders that are put on the outside of seeds to prevent them from creating seeds. And in production, when they're like harvesting stuff, they'll cut off the root nubs before they sell it.
Oh,
So you can't.
yeah.
Or like, well, you can't do that with carrots though. Carrots, like, unless they break the top of the carrot off, and I don't know how, beneficial that'll actually be for their bottom line. Or, just like general science-related supremacy and sexism, which makes it so that all of the trees in cities are male trees. There's no female trees.
Right, there's sexism even in trees?
Yes.
Wow.
The
Jesus.
reason everybody has such horrific allergies is because the pollen-producing trees are the male trees. And they're trying their damnedest to get their lovely little genetics into a lady tree. But the lady trees are like 4 to 10 kilometers away in a forest somewhere.
Yeah, but this...
And they've got to catch it on the breeze, so they overproduce. Like, they can sense that they're there, and they're like, I can make it this year. I put everything into this.
So we literally created a problem for ourselves.
Exactly.
That
Because
sounds familiar.
fruiting trees in a city meant free food for people. And then the
Okay.
criticism was that it would bring pests and things, as though the food wouldn't be harvested and eaten
Right.
immediately
Oh, man, it's
and
so
wouldn't have a
weird,
chance to
yeah.
rot. Yeah.
Well,
But-
to be fair, wouldn't the female trees be too emotional? You know.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
Sorry.
no, it's fair. It's very facetious, and I love it. But yeah, like there's just so much that could be
Yeah,
done.
even with like lawns, the whole concept of a lawn, right?
Yeah, the lawn.
Oh. Oh no, did you drop out? Is it me?
I think I'm back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Now I hear you.
So
Yeah, we were talking about lawns.
the lawn. So there wasn't the concept of a lawn for a very long time,
Yep.
because any property that anybody had, any little bit of grass, would not have grass. It would have a garden, which would feed the families or the village or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And the status of wealth for like deeply, deeply rich people who had full access to food, usually taxed by the people that they were governing, so they didn't have to actually grow it on their land.
Oh, right.
They could have vast lawns to be like, I have all of this land and I don't need to grow food on it. I'm so wealthy.
Yep.
And then that got adapted into the mythology of America, which then proliferated elsewhere.
Yeah. Man, and it got to like a ridiculous degree where it's just like,
Yeah.
Like like you
your
see.
grass can't be more than
No,
2
like
inches
at
tall.
LA, I saw it everywhere in LA because LA is a desert. Okay, it's literally built on a desert. They're like, well, but I'm gonna have a green, pristine lawn from an imported grass that doesn't not supposed to even grow here and waste a ton of water on it. You know, and
And like
yeah,
it wouldn't be a desert if the native plants were there.
yeah,
It would just be a meadow.
yeah. No, it would be.
But because the bio network
It was
have
weird.
collapsed,
So
it is now
the
a
time,
desert and
yeah.
nothing lives there.
At the time, I was like dating a landscape architect, so she was all about native plants, and like that's where I got all the spiel from. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? It makes a lot of sense. Just to why not use the plants that are supposed to be here? You know, save water, save time, save money.
Yeah, the majority of the things that we eat from the grocery store are
Yeah, or at least something edible, right? Like make it.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's just we go through all this trouble just to make things hard on ourselves, which is like a really weird concept.
And like the other thing too is that like invasives that like come from other places that do really well here are highly nutritious.
Yeah.
But they're considered weeds. Like
Yep.
Dandelions are
Dandelions
super
are
duper
great.
nutritious.
I love dandelions
But-
actually.
But just be hella cautious, especially if you live in the States, because Roundup is used everywhere.
Oh yeah.
And like, so it's just a chemical city all day, every
I'm
day.
probably not gonna eat the ones I find in Seattle
No.
downtown.
No, like I would recommend you grow it yourself in
Yeah.
a balcony pot if you're gonna eat anything.
Sure.
And just
So nutritious.
I get the
though.
benefit. Like it drives my dad nuts because like he likes to come over and be like, you know your dandelions, right? I'm like, I do know that. Thank you. He's like, can I cut it? I'm like, no. I'm gonna harvest that and eat that.
Yeah.
Please leave it alone.
I'm gonna eat that later. Don't touch it. Yeah.
I'm gonna make that into tea. I'm gonna bake that into a pizza, into some pasta. I'm gonna have it as a salad. My kidneys.
Yeah, it goes well with a lot of things. And then when you buy it, and the weird thing is you go to Whole Foods and you buy it, it's like super expensive. But no, I can just.
It's in your mixed greens
Yeah.
in the grocery store. It's there. But yeah, and then there's like other like invasives that like take over. Many of those types are like highly nutritious.
Yep.
And like there's this invasive type of toy that has been causing issues for the past like I don't know 25 years in the States because it will devour everything and extirpate all of the other native species of fish and bug and everything else. Those fish are delicious.
Eat them.
Eat them.
Yeah.
Eat them. They grow huge. They breed like nobody's business. But like the way that invasives are treated, they're treated as like a contaminant, and so that they're therefore not deemed safe for consumption. Whereas like they are things that could definitely fill some of the void.
Yeah.
But
no,
in
for
certain
sure.
places in the States as well, like it's illegal to forage.
Oh yeah,
Right?
no, it is. It is.
It's
No, everything's
why?
backwards. Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah.
Man.
You get trouble for breathing. You can't collect rainwater in certain states. It's illegal to collect rainwater, even if you're living in the desert. That's also a thing that's been used in places like Palestine as like a suppressant for people. If you're dehydrated, the brain's not
Well,
firing
in
all
some
cylinders
ways,
to
in
raise
some
your
ways,
control.
maybe it's a comfort knowing that in case all of this happens to fall apart, there are still stuff out there, right? There are things we can do. We can eat.
Secure
We
your
can eat the
sources of
dandelions.
vitamin C, everyone. Secure your sources of vitamin C.
Yep.
Because the last thing anybody needs in an apocalypse is scurvy.
And if I thought you were going to say NFTs, but Okay.
No, no, because
Sorry.
scarring is an act. People don't realize this. Scarring is an active process. And your body is constantly creating the scar. Not like it's
Really?
not finished.
Huh.
Yeah. And so without vitamin C, scurvy causes old wounds to reopen.
Oof.
Yeah. So secure your vitamin C sources and your salt. You're gonna need both of
Salt, vitamin C. Okay.
these. And there's quite a few sources of vitamin C. Everybody's just like, oh, I need a lemon. No, there's other ones.
Yeah, I still
need
have
a
my
pepper,
I still have my
need a-
edible plants book, just in case.
I have a library and an apothecary
Hmm.
and a seed vault that I've been cooking for a while. I think well, this year's gonna be El Nino. So,
Really? They're reusing it?
No. It happens like every
Oh,
4 years. It's like on a cycle. And now that our jet stream is split into two, things are a little bit weird.
I just remember El Nino, the storm, like some years ago.
Yeah, it's a
The same one.
overall weather type.
Oh,
Like a
okay.
global
I
weather
didn't know it
storm,
was a
an El
term.
Nino. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ah.
So you associating with a storm is good.
Yeah.
Because
I
that's
just saw
what's
it
gonna
on the
happen.
news like a long time
That's
ago.
what's gonna happen this year. Extra hot, extra variable weather,
Mhm.
which means extra storm. So get your raincoat and your sandals. Because you need both.
Speaking of the weather, see those cool new moon pics?
The rainbow moon, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Or the craters in Sinclair. I'm watching it right now, actually.
Yeah, I feel like it's important to like poke around and learn and stuff. But I saw the perfect reel the other day, which I posted to my stories on Insta. For anybody who doesn't know, I don't post anything on my actual Insta. I just curate stories in like a little cohesive little thing, little rhythm.
You're getting a
Subject
little
matters.
soft.
Oh, can you hear me still?
I can hear you, but it's a little softer than.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Static. Hold on.
Whoa, okay, that's good.
Yeah, that's the static.
Okay. Whoa.
Wired headphones.
So much
Just
better.
unplug
Wow.
them. Unplug them. Tap the end. Plug it back in.
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
How'd that
Oh,
feel?
much
Um,
better. You were fading away. I thought it was just my phone.
No.
Hello.
No.
Hello.
Nice
Hello.
nice to see you. How's everybody doing? I had to come up
Fabulous.
and give you my story. Being a Southern California native, you're
Wow.
absolutely right about, the way they do their lawns and water, but
Mm-hmm.
there's something people may not realize. So in 1984, my sister bought a house in Irvine, a suburb of LA, in Orange County, and they have homeowners association.
Mm-hmm.
So she had this big old front yard that was all grass, and she did what you were talking about. She
Yeah.
took out the grass and started planting succulents and things that weren't soaking up so much water. And the homeowners association didn't like it. They were fining her, writing her
Yeah, they made it
letters.
illegal. It's crazy.
They did, but you know what? She didn't care because she understood what was happening, and she thought it was just ridiculous to keep, putting all these poisons and
Yeah.
chemicals and to have just this, from decades ago, I guess in the 1950s, that was like the American dream, was to have a house and have a big front lawn. And so,
Yep.
but guess what happened? It took about 20 years,
Mm-hmm.
but then, with all the water shortages
The
and,
droughts.
they changed. So her house, they actually wrote her letters thanking her, and her house got featured in Home and Garden because after 20
Oh,
years
wow.
of doing, drought resistant plants and
Yeah.
trees and fruit trees,
She was ahead
it
of her
actually
time.
became
Yeah.
fashionable. So
Mm-hmm.
sometimes it's hard to do what's right. You can get
Mm-hmm.
fined for it. And you're absolutely right. We are not allowed to catch our rainwater.
Mm-hmm.
That just blows my mind. That we can't do that here in LA, California area. It's against the law. If they see you catching your rainwater, you will get fined. So there's a lot of new nuances, if I'm saying that right. But
Mm-hmm.
Nuances.
thank you. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
nuances. And so sometimes it's hard to do the right thing, but I think if you really stick to your guts and do what you feel is right, eventually it does work out. And so, yeah, I love her front yard. She has fruit trees that have grown now, that have deep roots. They don't need to be watered every day. She's got beautiful cacti and succulents. And the yard is still gorgeous. People
Yeah.
come, stand there, take pictures. They ask, oh, and on top of that, you can give these things away. You give cuttings of these succulents and
Hmm.
things.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a lot of money to be made in that for Home Depot, I guess, but people do people do
Yeah.
catch on, and so we've changed a lot with the water wars, and don't even get me started on the what was happening with in Central California with the farmers and the water wars
Oh,
they
I know.
had,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
and the pistachio industry of California and what they did. So they basically lobbied so they could own this huge area of water that should really just have belonged to all the farmers. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
Corporate
there's a lot of
That's
control.
one family
politics.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that's right.
one
There's a lot of
family.
politics in the
Yeah.
water, agriculture way of living and these homeowners
I have
associations.
some
For sure.
friends that are actually directly dealing with that in, in LA. So they're
Mm-hmm.
part of the on the public side. But it's a very nice story
Yeah.
though. It's nice. Thanks
Mm.
for telling us.
Mm-hmm. Stick to your guns,
Stick
everybody.
to your guns. Exactly.
Yeah. The that family that took over all of the water. They're the family that runs, in case anybody's wondering, Palm. It's the same brand. Is their one of their brands under their umbrella of that one particular
Prom.
family. You can research that.
Okay.
Palm. P-O-M.
Oh,
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Yeah. So the pistachios and the pomegranate juice, like those two things, but they have many a thing under the
Yeah.
umbrella because they just bought everything. They
Yeah. No,
as
I
mega
heard
corporations and apparently mega families do.
heard my friend refer to it as a war.
Mhm.
So I'm just like, oh.
The there's also another really interesting tidbit. I can't remember when it was or who it was. It's just like floating in my brain. Please research this, anybody who's interested. But there was a time where there were two different plans for how to deal with water in LA. So like there's those big waterways.
Mm-hmm.
There was like two plans, and one was more permaculture and one was more industrial, and the industrial one, no surprise,
they always
won
do.
out. And but I do think it's worth folks maybe petitioning for that original plan to happen again. I believe
Maybe.
when I last looked, there was a small group that was working on it, but I don't know where they've gotten with progress on that. But
Local politics has changed a lot in the last few years, and a lot of the more progressive sides are winning now. So
no, that's good.
maybe, yeah, it's going to be like oh man, national politics is I don't even want to talk about it, but
well,
on
and I
the
think it's
local
more
level,
obvious when something like LA has like the same weather all the time, and the fact that they haven't had the same weather all the time is throwing people off. They're like, why is it cloudy? Why is it raining?
Yeah.
Right? Like,
if anyone lives in
we're
LA,
supposed to be on a movie set.
The Tezos Common Space started, by the way, so just FYI.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So if anybody wants to hop over to the Tezos Common Space, you are welcome to do so. I'm probably going to close this up in like 10 minutes. I'm like half an hour past what I said I was going to do, but I got all excited because we were talking about permaculture.
Culture.
It's one of my one of my
It just
special interests.
it just makes sense to me, you know? Like I don't know. Like
Yeah, like and like you do companion planting. Like,
yeah.
why are you gonna struggle? Add in extra like
You can
like
be like
chemical
a
fertilizers and
hardcore
extra
yeah.
water when you could just like plant things together. Like
You could be a
the Three
hardcore
Sisters.
capitalist and still be like, huh, yeah, that actually makes sense, you know?
You plant your gourds, like your squash, your beans, and your corn together. They thrive. There's a reason why that was a long-standing tradition within
Food
many
security.
communities
Food
in North America
security.
before colonialism.
Yeah.
But yeah, or like planting marigolds near stuff, or like nasturtium. Nasturtium is one of my favorite things to plant because it is a insect sink. Like it is one of my sacrificial plants. Like I plant things, I put some nasturtium down. The nasturtium loves terrible soil as well, so that's great. They're a nitrogen fixer. But all of the little bitey bugs that are going to nibble on all of your plants will go there instead. And nasturtium's delicious. It's peppery. It's tasty. You can eat the flowers. You can eat the leaves.
It could be like my grandma who used to grow weed. So, you know, there's that too.
Yeah.
I still can't believe it. I know I said this story many times, but I'm just like, really? Grandma? Yeah.
Why not?
Actually.
An anti-inflammatory? It makes so much sense. But then there's other plants like lamb's quarters. It's the most nutritiously dense plant in North America. It grows everywhere.
Quarters.
Lamb's quarters. Huh. You can eat the leaves. You can eat the seeds. It's fabulous. You treat it like lettuce or spinach. I eat it every year. It's chock full of protein. It's chock full of like every micro and macronutrient you could possibly want. It could feed
it looks like
everybody.
A weed. It looks like a weed, but
it is. It's considered a weed TM, and it gets sprayed by horrific chemicals. But it is a relative to quinoa.
Okay.
Do not confuse it with goosefoot. Goosefoot is toxic.
Oh no! Okay, now I'm not gonna look. I was like, can I get some around?
They have very specific differences, but once you learn what it looks like and you learn its affect and how it grows,
okay.
I can spot it from like 3 kilometers away.
I don't want to die, so how?
I'm like driving along when I do drive around the road, like anytime I get driven anywhere, which is rare nowadays. I've only gone out 5 times in the last 5 years. But I'll be like along in the passenger seat, like looking at it. I'm like, oh, lamb's quarters. Oh, like seeing all these plants. I'm like, wow, my brain is locked in.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to bring up the mushrooms. Speaking of weeds, so mushrooms are really powerful in fixing the soil. Yes. The property I bought up in Sequoia, the previous owners were spraying Roundup, trying to keep the weeds, and it was just like dirt. So I stopped doing that. It took 6 years. And so this year, for the first time, I started to see these particular kind of mushrooms growing. At first, I thought they were dead man's foot, but it wasn't that. It's this. So I looked it up. I forgot the name of it, but basically, this particular kind of mushroom, when you see it growing, it means the soil is coming back to a healthy state. It helps it. So yeah, I can basically start planting things. And I also noticed there's more wildlife. I see quails walking across the property. I see families of turkey coming now. And as they walk through and leave their droppings, it's naturally bringing the soil back to its original condition. So I believe mushrooms play a really important part in reviving the soil that has been destroyed. But I'm really careful. I don't eat any of these mushrooms. I'm not expert in this, but I always take photos. I look them up, and I try to learn about the different kind of mushrooms that are growing. So some people are really anti-mushroom, and they take them out. So I think we should be more selective about what we keep. And like you said, a lot of these weeds and mushrooms are actually beneficial. And yay for plant-based diet. People always think we live on celery and carrots, and we don't. Sprouts and all these weeds that people consider useless are actually really nutritious. Thank you for bringing all that up.
Yeah, mushrooms are required within any healthy ecosystem because, like, a healthy ecosystem includes like the life and the death cycle. Like, you need decay, and that is like a detritophore, like a mushroom or some insects, are required for, you know, humus, the healthy layer of soil on the top, to thrive, so that things will actually grow and retain moisture. And like within a forest ecosystem or within any ecosystem, this is why in the city, like, it's so rare to see plants kind of crop up, because you need the mycelial network under the soil to also aid in the transference of micronutrients between plants. And if that doesn't exist because it's been chemically altered, then there's nowhere for those micronutrients to go. And so it's very rare for a plant to actually be able to take hold unless they can break that down within their root structure. They're like fine, hairy root structure themselves.
But you know what I wonder is, where do they come from? Like, I've been living on this project 6 years. Like, where did that mushroom come from?
It,
How
it
did it
came
know?
from it
So
came from
mysterious.
it came in a web underneath the soil, slowly creeping in until it was able to break all of the things down that was chemically hindering everything, and it was slowly bringing nutrients in because it is a network that passes things along. So like mushrooms from tree to tree, like in a forest, a tree can send nutrients, like a mother tree can send nutrients to its babies through the mycelial network, because it's like a cooperative like network of creatures and life. In the same way that like a lichen is a combination of algae, fungi, and bacteria, like in one cohesive organism, it's like sharing the skill of each. And mushrooms underneath the soil, there's many types. What we see as a mushroom that's popped up is the sexual organ of a mushroom. Everything else is mycelium, which is underground. So like you crack open like a rotten log and you smell like that mushroomy smell. It's just chock full of something that's like passing nutrients. It's breaking down the nutrients and then passing it around to everything else in the network within the ecosystem. So it took 6 years for it to finally come from outside in the soil or wherever it originated. It could have been like a particular tree or like some soil that came from somewhere else, for the mycelial network to proliferate through that soil layer in order to bring that back.
Wow, I just feel like I got a TED talk.
I was going to be an
very
environmental
informed.
technologist.
Yeah, I was like, wow, I learned a lot.
I got
about...
accepted for environmental technology, for theater, and for art, and I went the art track because I had something prepared.
Yeah, you seem very knowledgeable in this. Wow.
Yeah.
My son's considering studying environmental technology. UC Irvine has a
Mm-hmm.
good program for that. And by the way, currently I'm dealing with the utilities company. So I found out because they were coming on my property and digging up and weed whacking and burying. And then I'm like, what's going on? Are you guys are trespassing? And the guy's like, no, we actually have the right 6 to 8 feet.
Yep.
They can come on your property,
Mhm.
they don't even ask permission. They put these utilities pole and then they come
Wow.
6 to 8 feet, literally burying everything all around it. And so
Yep.
instead of getting really pissed off and cussing them out, which I first wanted to do, I had a conversation with the actual men who carry out these operations. And I said, look at this area. I do weed whacking. Of course, I don't want fires, and I let the leaves fall, and I don't pick up these leaves because they prevent these weeds from growing out. But what you're doing there, and this part of in the corner of my property, you're helping the erosion happen. You're eroding this. You're making it bare. There's more weeds coming up, and that pole is more likely to fall over in the next couple of storms. But if you just let my method go, I'm not, I keep it down every year. I pass my fire check and all that. And so I explained to them, and the guys who are doing that work, they realized, what I said was logic. It was logical. It made sense because they saw the area they'd been burying and digging up and how it was eroding. And then next to it, the soil was actually building up, getting healthy, and it wasn't going downhill. So
Mm-hmm.
it was, you sometimes, what is that? Was that you attract more flies with honey? So yeah,
Yeah,
I offered them
exactly.
sodas and spent 45 minutes showing them, explaining my method. And I said, I don't know who needs to hear this higher up, but I think my method,
Exactly.
this natural way, is more effective and safer than you coming out here every year, digging up my land, pushing, the earth that's been eroded to prevent the utility pole from falling over. And then you have to come back every month and weed whack these weeds because you're not letting the leaves stay covered. So why don't we try it my way for 1 year? And so they
Yeah.
actually agreed. They're like, you know what? We'll just tell our boss that there's no way for us to get on your property anymore, and it's private property, and we can't access your property anymore. Why don't you put up some chains and things so that we can't come on your property? And so they helped me
Oh,
figure out how
they
to
figured
stop
out
them
how to
from coming
cap
on the
Yeah.
cap
property.
themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
they're people, right? These
Yeah, yeah,
guys are
yeah, yeah.
people. They
Oh,
live around
Exactly.
there. Yeah. So
Yeah, everybody's having a work day. Like, would you want your work day interrupted?
right, right.
yeah.
Or
So
would you like to have a conversation? Because that's
but it
nicer.
is,
Because then
the
you're
utility.
actually taking that information in as well. You're not in a defensive position being like, well, I have to defend my position. You're like just having a conversation, and then the information can flow back and forth. It's perfect. I like your approach. It's
Thank
a good
you.
approach I
Hope,
like
hope
to
it
take too.
works. We'll see.
Yeah.
The sequoias are very precious, and I love every tree that grows on there, all the different oaks and mahogany and all the
Mm-hmm.
critters. It's just amazing to be up there. And I don't know what's going to happen with the fires this year, but
Mm.
we're keeping our fingers crossed because there's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of vegetation, and we've already gone into summer mode. We totally skipped spring.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's that El Nino creeping in on us. It's gonna be roasty toasty. I don't know. Like, I feel like it's gonna be a good year for tomatoes. um, but especially because the last couple of years, I don't know if anybody else has noticed this. I know this is a common concern within Canada
Indigo.
from my networks that I've talked to, is that it doesn't matter where they're planting their tomatoes or how they're taking care of them. In the last 3 years, unless they're in a sealed greenhouse, they're being infected with like a pathogen, which causes blossom end rot and like accelerates blossom end rot and like blackens the leaves, and then it just like melts into the ground. It's like a perfectly healthy plant one week and then it's dead. And so the general understanding that people were coming to was that because the global temperature is sustained high, like a higher temperature, there is, especially in our area, which everything is adapted to, there is no like cold set cut of those like pathogens for plants, and so they're more able to continue to reinfect year after year because it's not actually getting killed off in the winter cycle. So who knows? We'll see. I think it's also partly due to the breeders. With when COVID happened, I feel like everybody got really thrown off, but the breeders of tomatoes specifically, like you have to, when you're doing heirlooms, you have to breed them back out into the original tomato, which is like this tiny little orb of a tomato. It's not really edible, but you have to breed it back into that to give it like a bit of a immune boost. Because if it gets spread too thin, if the genes get spread too thin and not away from and further away from the original, it makes them more vulnerable to pathogens. So, yeah, I feel like people are cluing into that now. I keep getting advertisements like original bred back tomatoes, heirloom, and I'm like, oh, everybody's cluing in. Apparently, we like this. This is good. Yeah. I think there's so much that can be done. We'll get there eventually, I'm sure. I feel like traditional knowledges are being spread back through the people, which is good. And everybody has their own little niche interest and can all collectively help to restore things. in a good way. Mhm. Yes. So, I think I'm going to close this up very soon. I wanted to grab final thoughts from everybody on stage. And for folks listening, either now or in the future, you can check out the comment section, which is vastly filled with goodies, for all of your reference material from the space. So check that out. Reminder as well that I am also doing game streaming now. My childhood me is so happy. I stream on Fridays between 5 and 9 p.m. Eastern Time, currently playing the final little bit of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and will soon be moving over to Majora's Mask. I think there's a squirrel beside me. There is. Oh my god, you're so cute. Yeah, so check me out at Malicious Sheep 56 on Twitch if you're interested. I see B has requested. I'm going to bring B up as well. And check out all of the things on Tezos. Do all of the things. Learn, grow, connect with one another, share each other's things, write about each other's things, share it with a friend. Like, we can't expect the same sort of standard as Web2. We have to make it happen for ourselves. So yes, I think B has come up on stage. Hello, B. I don't know if you can hear that very angry squirrel.
Hey.
But B.
Oh, I
hello,
heard
B.
it.
How are you?
Hello, how are you doing? What is the angry squirrel? A squirrel.
It's called a pine squirrel, and it is very irritated that there are birds anywhere near it, and so it's chirping at them.
Have you seen anything about the squirrels becoming carnivorous?
Becoming what?
Carnivorous.
Oh, yeah, they were originally carnivores. Yeah.
Okay. How's the day going? How's everybody doing? I'm not trying to throw a wrench into
You could never.
space.
Yeah, what's your agenda,
You could never.
B? What are you here? What are you doing here, huh? Hey, it was nice to hang out this weekend, by the way.
Yes, we need to hang out more time next time. You need to bring your music.
I will bring my music
equipment.
stuff. I was not aware you were here until the day of.
Yeah.
So, yeah, B moved. We had a little get together. Me, Fendo, B, and Sister Sage, Herbs, Jane. Yeah, it was fun.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
So how do I mint and zero unbound?
There are tutorials that have been crafted by Retro very graciously for you to do so if you so choose.
Going to the site is a good start.
Yes, it's a good start. Zerounbound.art is a good start.
What is the deadline for the show, group show that Zero Unbound is from?
That's a good question. Retro, are you still here?
I am, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey B, there's no deadline. You can, your address should have been included if you've minted on Zero Unbound before, or Zero Contract before, which I'm sure you have. You were quite early. Then you should be included and should be able to mint whenever you want. It's just a chance to have a collection together. So whenever you've got a piece ready for it, you can just mint to it. There's no limits or rules or anything like that.
Thank you.
But if you're not included, just go and check on Zero Unbound, and you got to go to, I'm trying to think there. You got to go to Manage Collections, and if you can't see that collection to select, it would be called Death is Overrated. If you can't see that collection to mint to it, then get in touch with YesDem and it'll add your address to it.
Cool. Thank you. I will work on it. It seems like a good subject to join again, and I'll watch the tutorial. All right. how do I become a part of Teia decision makers without joining Discord?
Without joining Discord.
I have a smile in my face right
That
now.
sounds very
I
difficult.
know you do. It does sound very difficult. You can certainly participate as a volunteer outside of Discord. There are other places like Discourse. You can also, if you are code centered in what you want to do, you can do through GitHub. I believe there's another chat somewhere. It's probably on Telegram because that's one of the ones that I can't actually access for some,
Well, we're going to
unknown
turn
reason.
our site into a social media site in a few.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So soon you will be able to participate more actively on the site itself, which will be great. But that takes time because we have to build it. And yeah, you can also so I'm sure we could start a Twitter group, however long this app lasts, and it's functional for that purpose. But
I mean, did you express? I mean, but seriously though, like, did you express interest in becoming part of the core team? Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Well, the way it works is
for
that
real. I don't mean sure. I mean for real.
For real.
Okay. For realsies. Excellent.
If that's the case, then really you have to get 10 votes. So right now we have 21 members, and the quorum is getting half, right? And so 10 votes, and we can bring you in. I think you were thinking of maybe doing another round, right? Maybe soon.
Yeah, probably in a couple months. We have to manage the task load that we currently have, which is above and beyond what.
Yeah, there's a lot going on right now.
But I would say maybe a good start would be to assist in some way, depending on where you are active. If Discord is really something that you do not want to participate on, that's fine. Like, say, if you're on X or on another app and you want to participate in like helping with the promotion or organization of some of the things that we'll be working on in the next couple of months, which will allow us some time.
Yeah, well, it helps that I know him in real life because that's kind of how I keep.
I think we all
Fendo,
even if we have not met B in real life, we know B.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? I think this is.
Yeah, but just in case something happens, I know where he lives. You know.
Oh, okay, that's good.
But it's like like Fendo's really busy guy, and he for what it is, like he does try his best, but I'm there to kind of help him stay in the loop, So I can do a similar thing with you, B, but it just kind of depends on what you want to do, Like why do you want to join? Like
what are you trying to achieve?
Yeah.
Is it that you want to help organize things? Is it that you want to work on a particular guild on something? And then also with the voting and all of that.
Yeah, the main thing really is that we need to reach quorum. So at the very least, you need to be there when we vote on things. So.
Yep.
Yeah. I can't really super compromise to many things, but I could compromise to vote on things.
Yeah, it doesn't happen that often, right? But well, actually, it might happen more often.
No, and do some stuff too. I mean, I tried to do some curation at some point, but I had to go to Discord, and I have no problem going to Discord. I just get lost.
I understand.
Overwhelmed.
Well, and if you are okay going to the Discord, but you don't want to be lost, you can always tag me or Pokey or Zero or like any of the core team folks, and we can direct you. I'll get you there the fastest, but I might take longer to respond.
In Discord, the main channels are general, also general dev for like technical stuff, and
Also, if you are you talking about the Twitter curation, B?
Yeah,
I can
oh
set you up with that without you having to go to Discord.
yeah.
that's not what you told me last time I asked you.
I know, that's because we had a workflow, but that has since adjusted.
Things change, man. Let it go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm glad you asked, because now I can do that for you.
Okay,
Um,
okay.
No, we would
You
love
have to
you.
go into your
yeah.
settings. Like one of the reasons that we had that in the Discord is because there was like a huge long list of things in the channel pins for you to look at for like the guidelines and like how it all works. But first step for you would be to, in your security settings on your account, you have to go to delegate, and in that section there'll be an option for you to be invited to be a delegate on another account. If that is engaged, then I can set you up with that today, and then you can start posting.
I'll DM you more about that.
Okay.
I wanted to say hi to Sandy too, and I want to keep stalling the end of this space, but I actually need to go and do something for work.
Yes,
So.
I see
Yeah,
what
So-
you're doing.
Love you guys.
I'm-
Thank you. And thank
Love
you
you
to
too.
Zero
Yeah, yeah.
Bounty also.
Yes. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah,
Take care, babe.
thanks.
I'm gonna step as well.
I am
Do
going
the
to
kids?
close
Do the
this
kids
up.
still say step? I don't know.
I
But
don't know.
yeah,
Step away, maybe.
going to step
Do you have
away.
any final thoughts before we close?
Oh,
Rachel?
final thoughts. As always, thank you, Mal, for holding things down and making it feel like there's still something here. It's really appreciated. It's like if anything else, it's like Tezos Tea Tuesdays is still going. That's great.
Yes.
And thank you for everything you're doing, and Ryan, of course, as well.
Yeah, nice to talk to you again.
Hello, Sandy, as well. I didn't get a chance to talk to you, but hello, Sandy. It's been a while. Hope you're well. Much love, B. First Rain. And yeah, thank you for letting me ramble a little bit today.
Of course. Glad to have you, and grateful that you were able to share a whole bunch of wonderful information for folks about Zero Unbound. And go ahead and step, as the kids say. Lovely. And Ryan, do you have any final thoughts?
No, just repeating what Sandy said. Let's stick to our guns. That's what it feels like, Like we're doing the right thing, and I really believe this, so we just gotta stick with it until the world catches up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Sandy is still on stage because I can't see anything.
She stepped down. She's a listener.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was going to ask Sandy for final thoughts, but I appreciate you, Sandy, for joining us and sharing your wonderful story with us. Yeah, definitely. It kind of reignites that, core sense that like when you are sure about something, like you should keep doing it, even if you're getting some pushback on it. Like
It's not easy.
it's not easy.
Yeah. We
Many
all
a
know
heartbreak.
this. Yeah.
Many a stressful day or night. Many a righteous
Second
yell into the
guessing
void.
yourself sometimes too,
Yeah.
right? Like you're like, am I doing the right thing? Why doesn't everyone agree with me? But
Yeah.
yeah.
As like my disability justice advocacy work that I was doing as a policy writer, like the number of times I would be screaming into the void, but then eventually we got some stuff that kind of protected people from systemic abuse, which was nice. So, but anyway, thank you everybody for hanging out and for joining me today. And you can check out the comment section for anything that was covered today and many, many more. I'm sure there's stuff that I could probably have chatted about, but I cannot open that bubble without all hell breaking loose.
Yep.
But I appreciate you all very, very, very much. Go support your fellow Tezonian. Create something fabulous. Artists are needed in times of chaos and strife and confusion, to bring the intangible into the realm of tangibility and feeling, to communication. So create something, share it, produce it, mint it, sell it, buy it, comment on it, all of those things. And, you know, together we will make some really cool stuff happen, as we always do. So with that, again, reminder, I stream on Fridays between 5 and 9 on Twitch. Come and hang out. It is a vibe. I do character voices and ramble around. And with that, this is your reminder to drink some water, to move your body in a way that you can, and to take time to rest, because rest is valuable and an important and necessary part of creativity. Be safe, be well, be kind, be you, because there is no one else like you, and you are a needed part of all. Thank you so much for being here, everybody, and I will catch you again soon.
Okay, now I hop right into the next one. And it ain't working. What the hell, man? Is it the... It's gotta be...
Here is the performance.
Turn that off.
Quick reminder, if you're from the United States, the deadline is soon. You got like a week. Kudos to you if you've already filed. Very proud of you.
What's that for your taxes or something?
Yes. Yes, most people.
Did it freeze? Did it really freeze? Oh my god.
Bus and then you pay it.
I'm making, yeah, like you put down all your income.
Yeah, we can't.
Expenses.
We have to guess, and if they say our guess is close enough, then they leave us off the hook. But if we're really good at guessing and we over guess in our favor, they like audit you.
Okay.
So it's like.
But don't they like pull your income and stuff from?
That's the
funds?
thing, man. They know, but they're not telling, and we have to tell them. And if it's close, then they leave us alone. But if it's not, then they don't. You know what I mean? Like.
Okay.
It's backwards, man. They know it, but they won't tell us. If they did tell us, then it would be like, well, that's what you know, and we could get away with more. I don't know. It's a really weird one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I say when they tell you get a receipt, man, you could download it and be like, this is exactly what I owe, and I can prove it. And that's smart. See, we have like.
Declare like other sources of income that might not be, your payroll or from bank transactions. Maybe you get something in cash or whatever. You still have to manually declare it, and then they review it and they like send you back what you own. But yeah, parenthesis, Ryan, I'm trying to accept your request.
Oh, no, I had to move on mobile and having trouble with the desktop. Can you hear me?
Yes,
No,
you can.
no,
No,
can't
no.
hear you, man. You're definitely not underwater.
Blang's always the same. How's
Yeah,
it going? You,
yes.
you guys
have to
talking
stop
about
asking
you,
those questions with blanks, man.
you're talking about taxes?
Well, it was just comparing the difference in mindset between, say, certain European countries versus the United States, and understanding the government's role. And
Oh yeah. No, I heard a little bit before I came on. Like, yeah, our system sucks. I don't know what else to say other than that. It just sucks. And it's because of the TurboTax lobby. You know, those folks. They
Guys, every tax system sucks. Come on.
some more
Our
than
system
others.
sucks as well.
I don't know how it is in other
Here is an
places.
interesting fact. Here's an interesting fact about our tax system, for example. If you are like, not an employee, but if you're like self-employed, right?
Uh-huh.
And you pay your security and everything, and when you do your taxes, it give you the amount that is like the income tax, and you have to also prepay 50% extra of that for next year.
What?
They force you to do it. Yep.
What?
So now
What if you don't have the money?
It doesn't matter. You have to. You can make it in installments.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
They're assuming you're
force
gonna
you.
be there next year, pretty much.
Exactly. And if you are not gonna be there, then don't worry. You can run and wait until you get them back. But the fact they force you to pay 50% of your current tax to prepaid for next year, extra 50%, it's like crazy.
Oh, that's strange. Huh.
That sounds like they're leveraged.
Yeah.
And that is actually left over since the crisis back in 2013, 14, that we were going through.
Oh, actually, not that. Oh, so pretty recent thing, actually. Huh. What country?
Greece.
Greece. Okay.
He was in Belgium.
Belgium.
But yeah, just to point out that there are bad things in all tax systems, so...
Okay.
Yeah, well, prepaying on, like, future earnings is insanity to me, but at the same time, as much as I hate our opaque tax system, I do love that if you are an entrepreneur genuinely trying to build a business in the United States, there's a lot of favorable tax conditions.
There is, yeah.
It's exactly the opposite here. It's exactly the opposite.
Right.
Like here, it is terrible to start a business, a startup, or whatever. Like it's really terrible here.
Yeah.
But it's better probably for employees than it is for you over there.
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah, employees, for example, don't have that to prepay that kind of stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
And they have much more benefits, more easy going taxes and whatever. But
Well, yeah. This year taxes was pretty easy, The key to not getting taxed is to not make any money. So
on paper.
Yeah. The last few years, crypto taxes have not been an issue. I wonder why. Yeah.
The cycle is working as intended.
Yeah. I was like, capital losses, all that shit. But, yeah, well, we'll see. Maybe one of these days I'll be complaining about the government taxing me too much, but it hasn't been an issue so far. Were we talking about something before I came in? The other spaces ran on kind of long, so.
I joined you. Saw you in Mal's space. I joined for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then I had to come start this space, which we started 1 hour earlier than usual by mistake.
Oh, really?
We went with it.
What? Well,
yeah.
It's supposed to start like what? Right now, my time is.
In 10 minutes.
Oh,
It's
okay.
supposed to start in 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
UTC.
Well.
Yeah.
Well,
So we will reset in 8 minutes.
Oh, okay.
No, not 8. 13 minutes.
Well, people are still here. That's something. So this is just like a dead, whatever, like unknown time of unknown.
I was scrambling, Ryan, to get my mic set up to even be in the show. I was 5 minutes late. I was so bad.
5 minutes late, but you were actually 55 minutes early.
Yeah, well, that's still late. That's still late, you know?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
So what's happening in like 3 months from now, Ryan?
3 months from now? Yeah, you want to talk about that now? Jesus. Who knows?
I mean, we can talk about it now. I mean, this would be a great opportunity to talk about what's happening in 3 months from now in Seattle.
Oh, right. Tezcon. Totally forgot. I was supposed to be on that thing, wasn't I? So...
Yeah.
There's just really not much to talk about right now because we're having our meeting on Sunday. And I kind of...
Sunday was 2 days ago. Did you forget to go?
What?
It's Tuesday. Sunday was 2 days ago.
No. Next Sunday. So, what are you talking about? Like, so we did have a informal gathering between me, Mark, and B, who's down there too, I believe. Yeah. But yeah, and we talked about it a little bit, but we're going to nail the details this weekend, I think. So I guess the one big change for people to know is our theme was Ensh, right? And 2 weeks ago, I joined a hackathon, and I was actually talking to a professional event planner who gave me a lot of good feedback. But she was kind of saying okay, well, you guys want an event, that recognizes the decay or, things falling apart, but you don't want it to be a depressing event, right? You want it to be kind of hopeful. So we kind of adjusted the title, so it's called Beyond Ensh now.
Yeah, that sounds more hypey.
Yeah. So Beyond Ensh, agency in the age of extraction. That's the working title. I don't know. So we're gonna try to riff off that, maybe workshop it a bit, and then maybe get Erica to come up with a different logo. But maybe we can talk about it today. I don't know, because it's kind of a hard concept, right? How do you visually represent hope, right? Especially in this day and age. So I'm thinking the phoenix rising from the ashes, but that's been done to death, right? It's kind of
and I'm visualizing an old 1990s schoolhouse rock animation of the word enshittification going down a toilet, and then flowers coming out the pipe out the back. You know what I mean?
Huh. No, that's not bad, actually. Okay. Yeah, think about it. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm stuck on nostalgic
No,
stuff
but the flowers coming out of a toilet, that seems kind of perfect,
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
There's something happening down there in the pipes that you don't quite understand, but yeah, you throw shit in it and then out comes a flower. Wow. Yeah. I don't know. I'm keeping an open mind about this, but I think it'll help, because then, because I've been talking to people, and there are people out there who haven't given up yet, right? We want to try to get those people in the same room.
Have you brainstormed any ideas on how to visually represent hope?
Not quite yet. So that's why I did a little bit with Erica, but no, we really gotta maybe sit down and really hammer it out. So I'm hoping we'll do it this weekend.
Not an easy concept. To be honest, I'm trying to think.
It's not easy, yeah. It's because it's kind of a complex. Yeah, it really depends on who we're talking about, right? People have different imageries.
Yeah. One thing I remember using in one of my articles.
Yeah. But you know, the interesting thing is I went to a gallery opening. Someone I met at like an art at Code event. He invited me to his show, but this was put on by a grad student, I believe, at UW. And this was her kind of like, she's studying to become a museum creator, and this was like her graduate thesis or something. But her theme was decay, and so I was like, decay, you know. So that was the theme, and I was like, hey, we're not the only ones thinking about this, you know.
Yeah.
It's kind of in the similar vein. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say that there was a time I needed something similar, you know, like an image for an article where I wanted to talk about hope or whatever, and I remember using like a plant growing in the desert, you know, where everything is like pretty harsh conditions, stale and everything, but you know, it's like that array of light, let's say, where you see the plant growing through the cracks or whatever.
Yeah. Oh no, that's a good that's a good suggestion as well.
I bet if you brainstorm, you will find many more better ones. But yeah,
it's mainly that Erica needs something to work off of, and then some of these ideas might help a lot. So you could even talk about it today if there's nothing much else.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, if anyone in the audience has ideas, they could drop them as well.
It's just a community call today, right? Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's community call, yeah.
No, you were scheduled for an interview and you didn't even show up for 45 minutes, Ryan. Jesus.
What happened to my other interview? Is that out yet?
It will be released soon, yes.
Okay. I don't even remember I don't even remember what I talked about. Cause
that's good. That's good.
Because like, man, things are moving so fast. That's what it feels like. I feel like things are changing really fast, at least for me, you know. So like every week is like, oh.
Yeah.
I've been going out a lot too.
And you have a lot going on as well.
Yeah, I mean, even in stuff, I can talk about what we're doing at Teia, right? I can talk about.
Actually, do you have any updates on like the forums around the community funding and stuff?
So Mal is currently working on the intake form. We were talking about it for a while. There's actually kind of a lot of interest, which is nice. Even just talking to random people. Yeah, there's like we needed a minimum of like 6 or 7 events to put, to make our milestones or whatever. But we'll get that easy. I'm not worried. It's just, but she's coming up with an intake form that will help get people started, and it'll list everything that we need, like the budget and, proposal statement, and
Just to give a quick recap for maybe somebody maybe hasn't followed up or wasn't there in our last space.
Oh, right.
Teia basically got a grant from TF. The first installment was sent, so this will be used to fund community events in real life, also virtual events as well. But yeah, they are preparing a forum for people to apply for that. The funds, I think, are already in the treasury.
Yeah, and we're in contact. We're in pretty regular contact with the folks at Trilitech and the Art on Tezos initiative, which is Alex and Vinciane. So there's a lot we can do, and just keep in mind, like, we don't have a lot of funds to go around. Like, it's you're expecting like a big grant to put on a big event. This is not it. These are small grants, but you will get kind of the support from both Teia and the foundation people. We can help to get the word out, like especially with marketing and such like that. So
I mean, you say we don't have huge amounts and stuff, which is obviously fair. But at the same time, it's not like a small amount that could be used. Like even if with let's say $1,500, right, you can organize a good gathering, a community event.
Yeah.
You know, we're not talking about huge stuff, but we funded in the past, as Tezos Commons, we have funded in the past many events with that kind of money that turned out to be really good, with some settings, with banners, with TVs or whatever.
Yeah,
food,
for
drinks, and so on.
operational events or like expenses, stuff like that. If you need to rent out space, you know, just put that down and you can look at it.
Yeah. So I think that the numbers you have in mind are reasonable, you know, to fund like 6-7 events at least.
Yeah, it is very I think it's a very reasonable initiative. So, and yeah, so we're gonna get started on that very soon. So keep an eye out. Yeah, it should be a great thing.
To be fair, it also plays a huge role where you are planning to host an event, right? Like,
Where? Yeah. No,
Miami or in a European country, whatever, right?
It's the cost of living is different everywhere, right?
Exactly.
So
all the costs are different.
Oh yeah. I also have to say you're gonna get paid in Tez, so that keep that in mind. Yeah. Like yeah, when you're asking that, you gotta do that conversion yourself. You know.
I remember you saying that it was your Mal that when somebody wants to apply, the best way would be to reach out to one of the signers to help them fill out the form or something like that.
Yeah. So the way it works is that the funds have to go through the multi-sig. So we have to vote on every time we allocate money. So you're gonna have to get 10 votes out of 20 currently. Like you have to get at least half the votes. And as long as you, so the best way to do that is just find a sponsor. We call them sponsors, but it's basically anyone who's part of the multi-sig core team. And because they're the ones that are going to have to upload the proposal, right, into the multi-sig. So it's best just to work with them, and then they can kind of guide you through the process. And, as long as it's reasonable and, the proposals, like, looks good, it'll probably pass. Like, we haven't had any issues. But
and this is, guys, the first time you do it. It is the proof of concept, basically. So, along the way, you will do adjustments. You will do
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. This is the first time, like I said, so we're learning too. But I think it's very important that we do this, because this will be kind of the first, I don't know if it's the first, but where you're getting funded through a DAO, right? And how many people can say that happened to them, right? So I think it is kind of like a novel experience, and even if the dollar amount might not be, it might not cover everything that you're trying to do, it still can help out, right? Even partially. So I really encourage people to apply, because you're kind of being part of like this part of history in a way, because this will be, who knows? It's a big experiment. But if you can make this model work, I think it'll be great, because it'll help us. Yeah, next time maybe there'll be more money. Who knows? So we want this to be successful on a small scale first, and then see where things go from there. But just the fact that just participating in it might be worth it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna lie, it is always harder when the market is like that and the sentiment is lower. But I think that because this is more directed towards the art part, of the blockchain world, the art always is kind of stronger. Even in bear markets, you still see people excited.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So this is good.
Yeah. You either have good art or no money. It's one or the other. But like I think it's the great thing about this grant is that aside from it has to be an event, it has to be event driven. There are basically no restrictions on what you can do, as long as it's, like follows our code of conduct. It can be anything. So, go wild, right? Like there's no strings attached. And so we're hoping, I've already heard like a lot of pretty interesting ideas. And so I'm hoping a lot of them will become a reality, Yep. So there's that. Another thing is if you go to preview, our preview page on Teia, preview.teia.art, you might notice a few changes. You'll see some buttons and chat rooms in the integrated into the artwork pages or your profile. So setting it up is a little tricky. So if you're interested in testing it out, DM me and we can get you set up. But so it might give people some idea of what it's gonna look like when we finally integrate messaging. I think the coolest part of is like when you go to a artwork or blog post or whatever, you go to the chat window.
Yeah, I see it.
Yep. So you have to like.
It says no messages yet. Be the first to chat about this token.
Yeah.
How do you message here?
It's a little tricky because it's running on ShadowNet right now. So I'll probably have to talk to you in person to set it up correctly. But the idea is that you'll be able to see.
So there's also a button that says message artist. That is a cool thing.
Yeah, message artist. And this is all on chain, by the way. Everything is on the chain. And but you'll be every token will have a chat room, and everybody can read what's going on. But if you want to participate, you have to own one copy of the NFT. So
in order to chat under this artwork, I have to own it?
Yeah, you have to have one edition at least. And so not all artworks are currently set up for that, but it does give some utility, right? Like it helps artists kind of make some decisions about how many you want to sell. And so Joe's been really working hard on it, and it's coming together. So I'm hoping in the next couple of weeks it'll be up and running for like everyone to use. But if you want to get some early glimpses, you can check it out.
Good job, Brian.
Oh, thank you. Yes. No, Joe's been doing amazing work. Like, man. So all of these things, and then we're working on a wiki page next, and then we're doing the calendar, and lots of community features. And I was talking with like Fendel them this weekend too, but we're kind of hoping that all of these things will come together around Tezcon. So that's kind of the roadmap, that we're trying to stick to currently.
Trying to find a tweet, a post from you.
Which one?
How's that link, the preview.teia.art?
Oh, not yet. No.
You have many posts, but they are to specific pages, like the copyright page, the DAO page, the blog page. But let me pin, for example, this one, and people can just
Yeah. And anyone will do. Anyone will do. You'll be able to find it. It's pretty. Yeah, it is a preview, so it is a little buggy, but yeah, just keep that in mind. I don't know. Is there anything else going on?
We've touched on some of the stuff.
Channels, DAO, I think Tezcon. Yeah.
Well, there is a hackathon that's closing in a couple days, so it'll be interesting to see what comes out of that.
Oh, for Tezos?
Yeah, the EVM AI hackathon.
Oh,
It started, I think,
where's that
late
happening?
last month.
Where's that happening?
I'm not sure. I think isn't it an online event?
Oh, a month long. That's a long hackathon.
No, it was 2 weeks. It was
Okay.
2 weeks. It was the end of March to like, I want to say the 9th of April. It was 2 weeks they had.
It was from Now Media. Okay, there we go. I found the post in. Check it out. 3 days. 3 more days to submit. Actually, 2 days now. That's almost a day old post.
Yeah, so you got 2 days if you want to jump in there.
Oh yeah. Hey man, like the hackathon I went to was only 2 days. So.
Yeah. Well, how was that, by the way?
Oh, I don't think we talked about it, huh? Yeah. No, I met some cool people there. I think like I'm getting a little bit better at finding the, events in Seattle that are more sympathetic to like what we're doing, and I think it's gonna come out of the art, people interested in the intersections of art and tech. So that's kind of what the event was. And I went there, and yeah, I was able to recruit one person to Teia. It's kind of complicated because we were part of like this same political group a while ago. So I'm hanging out with her this week, but I also met someone who was a Tezos artist. Oh yeah, he's still doing Tezos.
I'm gonna accidentally drop the space.
Yeah, it's gonna. You probably hear that all the time, don't you? Yeah. Well, but it just kind of blew me away because I'm like, oh, wow, this is the first time like there's a Tezos person in the wild, and that's the first time this has ever happened since I moved here, honestly. So, yeah. Aside from the the ones I already know, of course, but.
We met Aloysius. She's a Tezos person.
Who?
Aloysius.
Aloysius.
Yeah, from the Longhouse.
Oh, right. No, but there's so I think there's like actually a lot of. So I was talking to Nicole. What's her name? Like, she's on Twitter as well. If you want to check it out, but yeah, they kind of like. There's a lot of people who kind of used to do some work in the ecosystem, but they're currently like kind of taking a break, right? Just because the market's bad. But interesting thing that she mentioned was, yeah, so she's one of those artists that did, works on various chains, right, including Ethereum and other places, but one thing she noticed was that, basically sales have stopped, right? So it's like, monetarily it's not worth like doing anymore. But she said, some of my works are still selling on Tezos. Weirdly enough. She didn't say how much, but so I remember like Alex talking about like, Tezos art scene is still moving. It's still moving along compared to other places. So maybe there's some truth in that,
Yeah, honestly, I couldn't tell. Haven't checked, what's happening.
Yeah, I mean the stats are so hard to come by, you know. But
Yeah. But we've seen like a lot of platforms closing down, right?
yep.
Recently.
It's a pretty brutal time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a sign, I guess.
So I was like, hey, we're still alive, kinda, you know. and if you want to come, do something at Tezcon, you know, like, please let us know, you know, if you want to come back and try it again. So I don't know if they are, but you know, like all I can do is just offer, right? So that's all I've been doing. But see, this other person I recruited into Teia, I have a better feeling because she was like really blown away by like the stuff we were doing, because it was just like, wow, this is exactly what I was looking for. She's a crypto person, and you know, wanted to use the blockchain to do art stuff, but then she told me, oh, you guys are doing it for real, no way, you know. So that was kind of nice. Like, for real, right? Like, I don't know what that means, but you know, for real. So I'm like, yeah,
Doing it for real, bro.
for real, man. So,
For real, though.
but it's great because she's actually the event planner I was talking about earlier.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, so I was chatting with her for 8 hours at the hackathon, and we were just like going through every angle of Tezcon, and yeah, no, it was a lot. It was very helpful feedback. So, yeah,
Nice.
yeah. And I think she can help us out, if like for real, like, because she's also works for a arts nonprofit in the Seattle area, like. She's gonna hook me up with all these people. Yeah, in the upcoming months. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it.
Nice. Good job networking, Ryan.
But this weekend I was just tired, man. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I need to recharge.
No, you have to go talk to everyone. What are you stopping for? You have all this momentum, and then you just stopped.
What do you think I'm doing right now? Oh my god. Oh, but I don't mind it, you know, but I am an introvert at the end of the day, and I need my recharge time. So, you know, but I have been going.
I think that there's no such thing as a real introvert, buddy. I think we have introverted characteristics, but in general, like, there are certain individuals we want to be around, and certain individuals we don't.
Actually, that's true. You're right, because when I was hanging out with Fendo and B this weekend, it didn't make them. I didn't get tired. You know, it really depends on who you. Yeah, but when I go to these like big like hobnobby events, you know, it just feels like a game, right? Like you gotta like, okay, well, who's this person? Like, you know, this person gonna get mad if I talk about NFTs like that last time, right? So yeah, but you know, when you're around people, you don't mind being honest around, right? It's you get energy instead of being siphoned out, right? But when you're going to these events where there's like you're meeting a bunch of strangers, right? It gets tiring after a while. So yeah, I do like dedicate some days where I just like don't go anywhere, or you know, don't talk to anyone I don't know.
Well, don't talk to strangers, Ryan.
You have to. That's part of being an adult. That's you only can afford to do that if you're a kid.
Being an adult.
Yep. No, man. No, when your mom tells you don't talk to strangers, she's right, but that's only applies when you're a kid. So when you grow up, you got to talk to strangers, and strangers. There's a reason why we call them strange.
I mean, aren't we the strange ones, though?
Yeah, that's true. We need a better term for that. Unknown.
Well, you're in Washington. You're not in Portland, so that's weird isn't normal, you know?
Is Portland really that weird?
They pride themselves on being weird. That's like their thing.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know. I'm not. They don't seem that weird to me, but maybe I'm so.
You need to take a trip down to Portland and go spend like 20
I did.
minutes in a public area.
I did. Okay, well.
That wasn't weird.
But I see weird stuff happening here too. It doesn't seem. I don't know.
But it's the only entrance to Barnes and Noble's like clean.
In Portland or Seattle? Wait, what are you talking about?
Just look up the flagship Barnes and Noble's in Portland and the nice conspiracy that all the residents have taken to turn their only entrance into a bathroom.
Okay, well, I guess I'll look that up later.
Yeah, it's pretty sad, man.
I don't know. I just feel like we're in a time where cities as a whole are just struggling. Notice the same patterns and the same kind of. Yeah, it's in line with the whole ttification theme, right? I think.
So let's move beyond it, right?
That's what we're trying to do. It's not going to be easy, but I think the reason why I get along with like Fendo and a lot of people here is just because like we haven't given up yet.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah. Because I've been to places where it seems like, So I don't go to those anymore. It just makes me sad, Like,
But then what do you do when you end up in those like perfect places like the Stepford Wives? Like,
I get my alarm bells are going off. Like when it's like when you go to like a hospital and things are too clean, right?
Don't know what you're talking about, but yes.
Clinical, right? And you just kind of like, well, maybe a few hours ago someone was just like bleeding out on that floor, right?
I gotcha.
But
I'm gonna have to have you come check out the town I'm living in, man, because it's one of those weird, like, the whole town is an HOA.
Oh yeah, those cookie cutter suburbs, right? Like,
this is a Del Webb town. You know who Del Webb is?
You
know what Del Webb is?
The tech company, the computer.
It's a real estate development.
Okay, I don't
They're the
know.
ones who came up with the idea of like a clubhouse and a pool and like a group like library for the neighborhood. Like they're giant ornate HOAs that have like it's what you would dream of if you were like looking for a cookie cutter type like.
Yeah.
Anyway, he built an entire city north of Phoenix.
Oh.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild.
And
man.
everything looks
I wanna know
looks
how
the
you would
same.
feel. Not that it looks the same. I mean, I think there's 6 different models of homes in the whole area, but
okay.
The whole town is an HOA. If you want to move a business in, you gotta go to the HOA meetings, and the people are in charge of this one. It's wild.
Is it good? What's your opinion?
I don't know if it's good or bad. It's just different.
Okay.
It's not what I'm used to.
Yeah, it really depends on the people there, right? It could be good or bad depending on how they run things. But,
I think when somebody described it as an entire town run by an HOA, though, there was like an underlying connotation there.
Yeah, it's usually a bad thing. we were actually just talking about that in the previous spaces with Mao and Sandy was there. She was here a little while ago. I guess she left, but they were talking about like how when I was living in LA, I was I noticed there was some neighborhoods, right? LA is a desert, right? Like geographically, it's basically a desert. So, but in some neighborhoods, the HOA strictly enforces you having a well-kept lawn, right? And how like ridiculous that whole idea was, because it's like uses up so much water. It's like you're bringing in like this species that's not supposed to be growing there, but we're like forcing this idea you know, purely for aesthetic reasons, right? And like, so that's what I'm imagining right now, but like,
Oh no, it's fine for us. I mean, we don't own, we rent, so it's on the homeowner as long as we're not breaking the rules. But I mean,
yeah.
Example, we got a massive citywide email that was like, our particular neighborhood, you're not allowed to park on the street for 24 hours. Like, it was one of those HOA notices. It was wild.
Oh. Why do they care?
But, I mean,
I guess.
Well, because
unsightly.
Our neighborhood has narrower streets. I don't know. It's. Bro, I couldn't tell you why other than it's a power thing, why people would want to enforce that stuff. Other than like trying to get up and down the roads, it might be a safety thing. I don't know.
Maybe.
I wasn't here when the rule got made.
Yeah. Well, you know, as long as the rules are reasonable, it's probably okay. But yeah, like I said, it just kind of depends.
Yeah. I don't know. If you want this sort of a thing, it's cool. If you don't want this sort of a thing, you should not live here. That's all I can really say.
Yeah. Well, you know, I'm living in a apartment where it's basically standardized rooms, you know, and it's okay. You know, they don't care if there's no personal touch. Everything's run by corporations. You're just a number to them. But the nice thing is that you can kind of rely on there being certain things, right? Like, so it's a give or take. If you have like a private landlord, you know, it really all depends on your landlord, right? With your relationship with him. So here you're just a
lot
number.
Of these places are run by property management companies.
Yep. And don't expect them to remember your name, but
they know your name when you don't pay.
Yeah, well, as long as you pay your rent, they kind of leave you alone. So, they don't. Yeah. Oh man, I don't know. I'm gonna move after. I'm thinking of moving, new neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yep, I think.
Where are you eyeballing?
I don't know yet, but somewhere cheaper. Because.
Are you gonna stay in Seattle? Are you gonna move out of Seattle?
No, I'll still be in Seattle, but just a different.
Move next to Bill?
No, I'm trying to get away from the city, actually. One is like, okay, well, I kind of realized, hey, I don't need to be so close to downtown because I don't even use most of the amenities anyway, you know. So it'd be nice to maybe somewhere cheaper. I just want to be close. Close to
rent like some square footage in the back of Fendel's house.
Yeah, you would probably even entertain that idea, but I don't want to do that. No.
You should live in a tent for a year. That will change you.
No offense, Fendo, but your neighborhood is a little too nice for me. I'm sorry.
You got those raccoon bandits, though, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm good. No. And
beavers? You could live with the beavers, Ryan.
No, I'm good. I'm not a animal person. I know this. So
any self-respecting man is all about the beavers.
This is what I want. Okay, this is all I need for myself is a place that's relatively safe. Doesn't have to be perfect.
I feel like for Tezcon, we should make Ryan camp out in the back of Fendel's house.
Relatively safe. No, I don't need that. I want in-unit laundry. Okay.
Oh, you got the rain.
No. I want an in-unit laundry and parking. One parking spot.
Oh, there's plenty of parking in that ridge right there, that crevasse thing. You can park down in there and you're safe.
And it'd be nice if I was close to a walkable grocery store.
I think there's a gas station literally 2 blocks up the road.
I would prefer not to eat at a gas station every day, but you know.
I mean, isn't that what Fry's? I mean, Kroger's, Fred Meyer's basically is a giant gas station, though.
I'll live next to a Myers. It sounds great, actually.
No, did you ever make it down to Wajimaya?
Yeah. Nah, great place.
Would you like that place? Is it still doing okay?
Yeah. No, they're expanding into Tacoma, I think.
Well, they used to have a store down there. They're reopening, I think.
Oh, okay. They must not be doing.
My grandma worked at Wajimaya. Those are my cousins.
Yeah, you told me. You told me you had a connection.
Yeah. Got some family in the grocery business in Seattle, yes.
Yeah. No, it's cool. Like last time I went, I like they have some niche things that are hard to find in that market. So they're kind of they're legit. You know.
Right on.
Yeah.
It's been a minute. I haven't been down there.
This has nothing to do with anything, but I just random thing. But I picked up a hot sauce. It's imported from Japan, and the guy selling it was like kind of bragging about it, but it's a yuzu hot sauce, and it's called Bacasco. Tabasco, but Baca. You know what that means, right?
Yeah. Crazy stupid, yes.
Stupid hot sauce. So, I'm gonna bring that over this weekend, Fendo. So be prepared. He sold me on it, the guy. So, I'm just like talking about random things right now.
Not allowed. You have to stay focused. Stay focused. Baca hot sauce.
Stay focused on what? Like, what are you even?
You're talking about. You're about to go set up some organization to talk about Tezcon, and you're bringing hot sauce. I don't know why that's off topic.
I guess so. Yeah, no, that's how we're gonna convert people. Yeah, there you go.
With the Baca sauce.
They'll be like, "Oh my God, your taste in hot sauce is so good. Your taste in art must be good, just as good."
Maybe you should go to like some chili bakes or something, like chili cook-offs.
I've been thinking about. Yeah, no, like for real, like maybe.
Would you go to Wendy's and get the Wendy's chili and try to compete?
Sorry, what? The Wendy's chili?
There's a strategy. Like all these people make their like white chilies and all their like fancy chili, like homemade recipes and everything. And then you show up with a crock pot and you go to Wendy's and you buy like $20, $30 worth of chili and you throw it all into the crock pot and you show up with that.
I think that'll work with Zippies. You know Zippies?
No, you want Wendy's.
Wendy's.
They use the drippings from the grill as the meat in the chili. That's why it's so good.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah.
The Wendy's chili is not bad.
It's won a few competitions I've seen on the TikTok for people like sneaking it into chili competitions, and everybody's like, "Yours is actually pretty good,"
Yeah, actually, as far as fast food goes, Wendy's not bad. I like their the fact that you can get a baked potato too.
Well, I believe today you can get a free fry and Frosty. Only today, though, in the United States.
Just for one day and never again?
It's some sort of special thing. It's like 7-Eleven. Like on July 11th, you can go get a free Slurpee at 7-Eleven.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll go today. I don't know. I gotta run to
Wendy's may be busy with their free fry and Frosty deal, though.
No, I shouldn't. I should eat something more healthy. Oh, God, man.
Maybe some Loco Moco then.
Loco Moco. Yeah.
Maybe some Mac salad.
Mac salad.
Lex, how you doing, buddy? We're talking about Hawaiian food right now.
I saw that. Yeah, I ended up getting the Batman signal, and I wanted to know what was going on. So
nothing important is happening right now. So.
Hence the Batman signal. So yeah, what's up, everyone? I missed you guys.
Miss you too. Yeah, last week we were on break. I apologize. We had a team in France. And
yeah, the Tezday stuff, right?
Yeah. So.
Hey, am I yelling right now? These guys.
Yeah, quit it. No, you're fine.
No, you're fine.
Because I seem like it's like everything's so loud. All right, so I want to say what's up to everybody in the room, all the usual suspects, freaks and geeks, slays and germs. I identify as, formerly known as, your friend and colleague, Tech Mental. But for the record, yes. But yeah, I love the conversation. So what was the part about is weird normal? Wait, that's the part that made me run through your flights and connect. So I'm still there.
Okay.
So that's what triggered me. That's what triggered me.
There's only bullies that force their normal on other people. That's all I can say.
I think weird is cool, and at the same time it's like normal, because it's like, okay, when you're the weird one but then all your friends are just kind of as weird, then it's like it's just a lifestyle.
It's just normal.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there are like I feel like there's like different degrees of weird, right? So it's just kind of like people
That's
have.
where you are in the timeline.
Are you trying to say like Nardwuar weird? Is that what you mean?
No, what, the guy who interviews the artist?
Yeah, Nardwuar. He's really weird, but he's great at interviews. He's amazing at interviews, but he's weird. That was like his thing, with his hat and his angle. Like, he was weird. He was a weirdo.
I think it works, and I think it's super cool, and I think he's genuine. Now, what would be very cool is for someone to interview him while he's not playing that role. And like, who is he?
I think if he's out in public, he's that role, though. That's the thing with Nardwuar.
But that's what I mean, because then that even elevates it, right? Because it's like, oh, you thought that was a role.
It's like Andy Kaufman.
Right. Or is he like grumpy and yelling at kids at the local market? You know what I mean? It's like that would be so
I feel like I really do feel like Nardwuar was that weird kid in the basement with the LPs that just appreciated music and knew way too much.
Hey, it worked out for him, right? Because we have others are still in the basement and they're listening right now. You know.
Yeah, and that's okay too.
But yeah, I missed you guys. A lot of stuff has happened in the last 2 weeks. Let me look at my notes here. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't talk about any of that stuff. All that stuff got. But we're back.
Oh my God, man!
I swear, this place is ever evolving, and I kind of like it, because it's like we evolve with it. A lot of crazy stuff is happening in the world.
Yeah.
A lot of crazy stuff is happening. Like, actually, Kanye created.
But at the same time, do you guys feel like things are changing though?
But aren't they always?
No, not as much. I honestly felt like the last 10 years and things are pretty like static, you know, at least.
I feel like things changed and then we went backward. That's what I feel like.
Okay.
So so I hate to be the that guy, right? But it's funny because it's like you're in Vegas, correct?
Phoenix.
Oh, you're in Phoenix. Okay, you're in Phoenix.
Might as well be in Vegas, though. I know a lot of people in Vegas. I know way too much about what's going on in Vegas.
Geography-wise, right?
3-4 hours away, man, depending on how fast I drive.
Okay, and then Ryan, are you still in Portland or no?
No, I'm in Seattle.
Okay, you're in Seattle.
But it's near Portland, right? Yeah.
Right, exactly. Okay, so it's like, is that based on what you guys see online, what you just said, or based on what's happening in your community, right? Because then again, I could say the same about Miami, where it's like, okay, now everybody is like obsessed with digital art. Now everyone's obsessed with this and that. Where were you 10 years ago when we weren't even allowed to talk about it? You know, that's like almost like how I feel about it. Like, oh, you should come on over here and talk about your. I go, I don't wanna. Where the hell were you guys before? You know, I almost feel like that, but then I'm like, all right, maybe I should. You know, where it's like, but then again, I feel technology is on the what's that called, the skywalk? Like that thing we just walk on and it just goes really quick, like across the airport.
The moving sidewalk.
Yeah, it's called a skywalk, I think so, maybe.
I have no idea.
Right, so I feel like I'm on one of those where it's like, okay, I read about this technology, and then all of a sudden, you know, here it is. This shit just went open source. Can you guys hear me? Everything's on mono.
Yeah, I can hear you.
We got you still.
All right, so it was like the way I'm looking, and again, and that's just coming from where I'm standing.
Right.
And like I'm seeing technology hit so fast where it's like it's almost like I feel like I took a month off, and by off I mean like I had to do like, okay, if I don't remodel this kitchen, shit's gonna fucking start to like be really crazy. And then it's like, and then I went back to work on this project. Now that project has evolved so much that that thing I would have spent a month working on is now absolute, or not obsolete. You know what I mean? And it's almost like, oh well, that worked out. Now I skipped the beta and I went right to version 1, and it's like moving so fast that I'm like, okay, but I'm able to jump back in and be like, okay, I know what I'm doing. Like the training wheels are off. You know what I mean? But then again, I don't know from where you guys are standing of like.
It kind of it kind of depends what point of reference you're using, right? So
Lex, last time I was in Portland, I had people screaming that they were weird at me. Like
that you were weird?
I grew up. No, they were.
They were. Yeah. That's Portland.
I grew up in the Seattle area. I grew up in Tacoma.
I'm weird.
I give Ryan a hard time. It's because I'm used to be a local. I haven't lived up there in almost 10 years now, but most of my life is spent in the Pacific Northwest. I spent time in Portland. I have family in Portland. I hear the news and then I ask them. So as far as my opinions of the Pacific Northwest, those are all gleaned from living there. How it is right this minute, I can only say is exaggerated by social media, and that's understandable. But in general, most of my opinions are lived in.
Yeah,
I go for it, Ryan.
I don't know. Well, well, there's a lot going on with the Tezos things that I'm working on right now, right? And I feel like a lot of these ideas were already there years ago, but only now we're like actually getting around to it. So that's one. But the other part is like, I'm involved with like local politics, and I've been doing this for like a very long time, like probably 10 years now. But when I first got involved, a lot of the policies or the candidates that I supported, there was no chance of them winning, and I've lost all of them, like pretty much all of them. But like I've noticed in the last year or two that things have shifted. Like the public is like waking up to something. Maybe not everyone can articulate what that is, but we're seeing shifts, like real changes in the way people are like voting or behaving, So that's why I'm saying like I feel like things are changing really quickly right now, not just in tech, but with everything. So
understood.
Yeah.
And I can relate of what you're talking about how there were certain things that should have been done 10 years ago or paid attention or even started 10 years ago and just now. And I feel like that too, because I find Miami maybe it carries a big page in a lot of the social stuff and stuff, but it's actually very small, Miami, as a city in itself. And I feel like there's certain things like infrastructure and transportation and stuff like that. It's very limited. I mean, again, if you dig 5 feet, you hit water. You know what I mean? And we're below sea level and that whole 9, right? But there's certain things like technology and stuff, and the way it's trying to take off. And then there's the people who are like, well, shouldn't spend money on that. But here, let's create this, thing that doesn't do anything for society, but I think that would be great. And it's like that is, we're supposed to be a young, forward, infrastructure, forward young city. And it's like, but then again, what can you do about it? Okay, you could vote, you could do this, but then you get wrapped up in that whole world of what you're saying about the politics. And that's how I can relate to that.
Yeah, but like but this is true where, just recently in the last year or two now, this is very recent, like there are people, incumbents that no one, people thought they were untouchable, and they're getting ousted by younger candidates or, people with new ideas. And when you stay in politics for too long, you can get kind of jaded because no matter how hard you advocate for something, you see the same people winning over and over. And that's kind of the reason why I took a break. But I've noticed in the very recently, like that's starting to change. So even with the tech, yeah. No,
It's interesting that you bring that up as an analogy. We could see that as well in this little community that we have, right? And not necessarily this room, but just in the overall, whether it be blockchain art, crypto, or just together, it's the same thing where those are the people who have been held there, be like, oh yeah, allow that to go through. Oh yeah, enough about that. And I'm seeing that, and it's not. I don't think it's an ageism. You know what I mean? Because I'm working with 20-year-olds. You know what I mean? Where I started 30 ago like that, and it's like I think it has a lot to do with people. I'm not sure what you were referencing, but people who have been around long enough to be like, hey, you know what? I think this is the way. Like, yes, I thought about it like this for a long time, but that didn't work out. Let's try it this way. And I think technology should be able to alleviate that. Where we can see like, okay, look, this should work. I mean, if a bridge, like right now, as an example, and I want to bring it back around to art, but right now as an infrastructure, there's a bridge that is being built that was supposed to be done next year. And they're now they're pushing it for 2029, maybe 2030. And, social media for what it is, who knows who those people are really talking about this. But, they're up in arms, like, oh my God, this and that. It's like, okay, first off, most of you are not even going to use that bridge because you don't come to this part of town. Let's just be real with it. Second, I think if we've had issues in the past where bridges have fallen, people have died.
Right.
Certain things have happened. Why? Because they cheaped out in the infrastructure. They made it too fast and just it wasn't of good quality. You know what I mean? Look at the Brooklyn Bridge. How long has that been around?
Right.
Before technology, I always use that dumb analogy, but it's such a beautiful structure, and it's used every day. And it was like around the Civil War when that thing was started to be created. You know what I mean? So if a bridge needs an extra 2 years because they found faults, because they were independent audited, and they say, hey, you know what? We need to actually take 3 steps back and make sure that this is because it's going to be a double-decker exit from I-95, which I don't know anywhere in Florida where there even is a double-decker bridge, where it's like 2 different side traffic. For Miami, that's something big. I understand other cities, they've been doing that since the last century. But it's little things like that where I'm like, it's like, we need to start realizing the overall picture of progress. And it's like, it's not because I understand that you're taking an extra exit, or you're not able to go down the same road because it's dusty because of the construction. But overall, the reason why that construction is there is for progress, is so that you won't be in a bottleneck for 20. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you know what I'm talking about. But
yeah. So what is progress, right? That's kind of interesting question. Even in art, right? Because I don't know if this is like controversial or what, but like
it's already controversial.
Yeah, but like even in art, there's this idea of progression of styles or aesthetics, right? And it's gonna be a kind of hard thing to talk about because it's subjective, right? So our art is always going to be subjective to some extent, but like I've been thinking about like what is an aesthetic of decentralization, right? If we really think about it, like if you want to express decentralization as an idea, how would you go about that? And if you look at some of the older recordings from the Hickendunk days, I'm talking about music stuff. There are some people literally singing about it. It's kind of funny. Like, yeah, you're talking about like DAOs and decentralization and yada yada. But I don't know. I feel like these issues are like worth talking about.
It is, and to think that we're having this conversation and we're in a mixed bag. You know what I mean? Because if this was just an art and technology website, could you imagine that? Like, just like, let's take all the other stuff out, because why would they be here? I mean, and no, I mean, and we are made of more than what just our avatar says, right? So I don't mean to offend anybody in the room, but let's say if realtors, lawyers, broke, everything else, every other profession was in here, just technologists and artists. And by artists, I mean musicians and everything else, right? Let's say this was that. Let's say this was that website. DeviantArt, for those who remember that, I think they have over like 100 million users at this point. You know what I mean? Like, if it was just that, and the flow of the evolution, the involvement, and everything, I think would be less friction. You know, but being there was such a mixed bag, it's almost like a little. I would hate to say it, you know, for all my. Where's Kryptonio, by the way?
I'm here. I'm listening.
What's up, buddy? What's up?
All good, man. What's up?
All right. I see you.
Actually, I wanted to jump in many times, but I felt like
I was like, Grease is the word, buddy. So listen, let me finish my little rant. So it's like, it's almost like, you know, this is little America, which is a mixture of everybody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, and it's like, and you know, just earlier today, someone was kind of coming at me with why are, you know, all of a sudden people using, you know, crypto art versus NFT? Is it for marketing purposes? I'm like, whoa, hold on. And then before I, you know, roll up my sleeves, you know, I'm like, okay, obviously this is someone who is saying this because lack of blah, 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 blah. Let me go at it in the best way I can without, you know, really, you know, pushing someone off a cliff. You know, whereas crypto art was a term that was used actually back in 2014, which predates actually the popular term NFT. But it's okay, you know what I mean? Whereas it's like, again, I think about it, it's like, it's possible that this community can, how should I say, leapfrog onto another platform, right? Leapfrog into another platform, you know, or because it's crazy because I remember, you know, I mean, since this whole like website started, how digital art was like, okay, cool, you would relay whatever you did on MySpace or Instagram or Facebook, you know, onto Twitter, you know, and then you would check that up, and then you have your hashtag and stuff like that, and it was okay, and there was all these little features, but then so was everybody else with whether they were selling a house or selling a bike on Craigslist.
Right.
You know, it's always been a little mixed bag, you know, and sometimes I think like, can we evolve in a different environment, or does it having all these different affiliates and different professions actually cultivate what we're doing? I don't know. It's an anthropologist, you know, like porno. You know what I mean? To be honest with you, it's like so weird. But what's up, Kryptonio?
The way you finished that up, yeah. I thought anthropology porn.
First of all, I wanted to jump in earlier when you were talking about, you know, the developments of work that is being done and people having discomfort. I remember in Athens when they used to do like road work, you know, and they have basically they closed roads and stuff and made it harder. They would have signs saying, well, let me translate it. It would say that the discomfort will go away, but the developments will stay, you know, like
Whoa!
Wow.
There, you know?
That is fucking cool. I mean, I think if you would try that in the United States or at least in Florida, somebody would spray paint that and just write woke on it. You know what I mean? It's like,
that wouldn't fly here for sure.
But it's unfortunate that it doesn't, right? Because it's almost like, yeah, you know, you're used to going down this road, and all of a sudden there's a detour. Oh, now it's gonna take.
Basically, it's the government telling you get over it, you know.
But in a Hallmark kind of way.
Yeah.
And how did that make you feel, Krypton?
Well, first time I saw it, I kind of smiled, you know, like I thought it's clever, because it makes you think about it, right? That they're right. You know, they're improving my everyday route in a way, and they have to close it to make it better. So Yeah.
Okay. Not a negative response then. Yeah.
No, not really, not really. I mean, compared to the usual where you just have, you know, your ordinary signs and you just
Yeah.
what's going on.
And better than nothing,
This
I
at
guess.
least kind of makes you think, you know. Yeah.
Hmm.
So, about the crypto art and NFTs and stuff, like what happened there? Because I also saw, I think, scrolling through some posts and I saw some posts about it, but like, what's the meat behind it?
Oh. He dropped down.
Legs. Yeah, he's coming back up, I think.
Oh, okay.
I'm back.
He's back.
Come back.
Did you hear?
I was asking.
No, I had to. I got thrown off, so I'm sorry. I didn't hear the last 30 seconds.
No worries. I was asking like what's going on with the crypto art versus NFT terms and stuff. Like I saw some posts scrolling through. I didn't, you know.
Yeah.
Read them, but what happened there?
You know, who knows? You know, I just had sometimes like, you know, sometimes you just, you know, you see a car crash, you're like, you know what, just let me keep walking. And sometimes, you know, you want to see if the guy walks out of it. You know what I mean? Yeah, no.
I kept walking, to be honest.
Yeah, I know. And I don't know. Like right now, again, like I could look at the entire spectrum and of Twitter X and be like, okay, I see what's going on here. Whereas like stockbrokers and realtors are hanging on with their life to the term RWA, real world assets, right, for tokenizing real estate and for tokenizing bonds or stocks, and that's what they want to use. I mean, you know, they don't